We dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truths will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward.
Hello to Last Minute Lacey. Lovely to see you here. Lacey's got a big channel there if you guys want to have a look at it. Very interesting stuff that she talks about there. So very welcome to Last Minute Lacey. I do hope you can come on here. The link is in chat. Hello to Mr. Seb, who is already here. Hello to Seb.
Hello. How is everybody doing?
Yes, Seb, we're very well, thank you. I say we. I don't know why I said we. I was talking for other people. I don't know how they are. But I'm doing okay. Thank you. Brother Marcus is already here. Thank you so much for coming along so soon, Brother Marcus. I don't know what time it is there. You probably are still doing some work. But if you're able to, you're very welcome, obviously, to come on here. That would be fantastic. And Last Minute Lacey, you too. The link is in the chat there, guys and ladies. So do feel, very welcome to come on and give us your opinions as to what is occurring in this reality regarding tonight's topic, which is, I believe, paranormal phenomena. Yes, paranormal phenomena. So basically, anything outside of, yeah, we use this. Paranormal refers to events beyond scientific explanation, like ghosts, UFOs, psychic abilities, and mysterious phenomena that challenge our understanding of reality. So we might get some interesting conversation tonight. No need to be rude if you think someone is, making stuff up or perhaps a bit deluded. We'll try to be as polite as possible. It's an entertaining subject at least. Obviously, it's unprovable either way, but it might make for some interesting conversation, a good way to pass the time, and perhaps not as serious, perhaps as some of the conversations we usually have here. So we will, go through some questions, perhaps just to get the conversation flowing. By the way, thank you for your patience, and I apologize profusely for the live streaming 24/7 of the old content on the channel. I was doing a experiment to see if it would bring any newcomers. I think it brought about 4 people, so not bad, not good though, but not bad, 4 new followers, subscribers on Twitter, and on YouTube, and a few. We lost a few as well. So, and apologies to all of you who thought it was a live stream and didn't realize it was a rerun of old material, and you were chatting away, asking me questions. I mean, I'm not here at the best of times, but I definitely wasn't there during the reruns. So yeah. So there's 9 of you there. Last minute, Lacey, are you coming on today, tonight, this afternoon, this morning? I believe it's probably afternoon where you are. I think you're in America, right? The US of A. A dear ally of ours over here in Europe, I'd like to think, but I'm not so sure anymore. Not so sure what's going on in this crazy world. Things are very topsy-turvy. Oh yeah, you're in Canada. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry. Well, near enough. I mean, Trump's coming to get you, Lacey. I'm joking. I hope he does it. But brother Marcus here is a fellow Canadian, so it's nice to have the Canadian contingent here. It's a pity you won't be able to join us, Lacey, but you say you will join someday very soon, and that would be wonderful, wonderful. We look forward to that. So Seb, we're 8 minutes in. Now, please don't be too blunt, but are you in any way open-minded to paranormal activity? Because I get the feeling that you're a hardcore materialist and you believe what you see is what you get, and there's nothing magical going on beyond the veil of what we see. There's nothing out there. Would I be right, Seb?
It would be good to be more open-minded, and maybe it would even be better to be open-minded.
Seb, can you talk into the microphone? Even if you are going to do that funny voice, please talk into the microphone and louder. Otherwise, I can't hear you, mate. Hello, Seb.
Actually, it is a very good idea to be open-minded.
Guys, I'm having trouble hearing Seb. Even I know he's doing a funny voice, but I'm still having trouble hearing him. So, can you let me know in the chat if Seb is inaudible as much as I think he is?
What about
Otherwise,
now?
there's no real point in him nattering
What
on
about
such
now?
terrible volume. Are you there, Seb?
What about now?
Terrible, absolutely atrocious.
What?
Absolutely atrocious. Oh no, brother Marcus said he can hear you. This is clearly a me problem. I'm sorry. I'll have to go into my audio settings here and check my speaker test.
At some point,
Well,
You know,
this is not going to be much fun. I need the Brother Marcus IT help desk. But unfortunately, I'm not very well able to describe my problem. But I will try and get my audio working better, I guess. What's this about here? Sorry about that, Seb. I was a bit. I thought that was a you problem, but clearly it was a me problem. You know.
at some point, one is going to lose one's patience
Oh
and to
my!
be
Do you know
open-minded.
what? I've figured it out. I figured it out. So now I can hear Seb. And Seb, I apologize. I would get down on my knees, but I just got back from a body conditioning class, and they're very sore. So uh, I got it, brother Marcus. Thank you. I sorted it out. So what it was there's like two volume settings. There's the volume settings in the toolbar of my computer screen, and then there's the volume settings on my headset. Now, the volume was turned up on my computer, but not up on my headset. And forgive me, I'm so technologically backwards that I didn't think to check. But there you go. I somehow figured it out. So thank you for your concern and for being there for me, brother Marcus. So yeah, I suppose there's. So Seb, now that I can actually hear you, can you please, and brother, I don't mean this disrespectfully, can you talk in your normal voice now? I'm in one of those moods, brother. So
Okay, you're in one of those. I get what they're saying.
yeah. So
Yeah, it's just that some internet trolls told me couldn't understand my accent. A lot of people can't, and
right.
I don't. And I guess there was this time where I was tired and looking for a cat that had that had escaped, and I was still on the stream, right? But some people want a performance that's good, like in the moment. And I mean, if one just doesn't perform, I guess one lose. It seems like to a lot of people, one loses one's value.
Well,
But
Seb,
I
you
guess,
can't please everybody in this world. That's just something one has to contend with and accept.
yeah, I
Uh,
guess you're right. And I
and
don't
what
feel like
matters,
I'm.
but it's good to look at why people are criticizing you and see if there's any uh, value in it, I suppose. I mean, I've said to you before, you do really well on these streams, and the only thing I've said is sometimes the audible is a bit low. But this tonight, it was my fault, so I hold my hands up. It was my fault tonight. But your audio sounds good tonight, so that's good.
Yeah, like
Now
I'm
that I've
not
figured it
saying
out,
anything. Yeah, I'm not like saying something that is like really gibberish. I'm not talking about a gingerbread man or I feel like what I do say is rooted in reasoning, and
right?
that there's always some sort of reasoning behind it. And
And the
I don't
lovely
feel like I
Lacey
even
says she
stutter
can
that much
understand you.
either.
The lovely
I
Lacey
don't
says she
even
can
feel like I
understand you.
stutter that much either. I used to
No,
stutter more
listen,
before.
listen, brother. You're bloody Norwegian, and the fact that you can speak English better than most people I know, including me, a lot of the time, I think is amazing. I mean,
Yeah,
you're a credit to yourself in that regard. That you can come
yeah,
on
but
here and speak eloquently with words that are multiple in their syllables. I mean, fair play. That's all I can say. I don't want to big you up too much because
yeah,
you might go and start your own stream and not come back. But so let me just go through the comments. We've got Black Hole. Black Hole, would you come on here immediately? Black Hole, that symbol you have there. I mean, that reminds me of the Wu Tang Clan, right? The Wu Tang Clan. I mean, that was a thing when I was about 16, 17, 18. I remember there was this like band called the Wu Tang Clan, and I had an American football jersey with the Wu Tang Clan. It's hard to say, isn't it? The Wu Tang Clan um, symbol on it, and it said I don't know what the fuck it said on it, but I remember I really liked wearing that American football jersey back in the day. I got good wear out of it. And Lacey says she can't speak 2 languages, only English. So well done to you, Sebastian.
Well, I guess so. Yeah.
Well, guys, the link is there. We'll go. I'll go to Seb anyway. Seb, tell me, brother, what do you think of this paranormal malarkey? Is it?
I
Is like?
think it is. I think it is false. There has been many people that has that there has been many people that has given reports of seeing ghosts. There has been many people that has made so many claims, but to this day, there has never been like actually good evidence for any of this being the case. At some point, one just has to move on. One can only be open-minded for so long. Like if somebody is alive through many decades of their life, and by then they haven't been given evidence, one just needs to move on. There is so much more to think about, right? And stuff to grapple with. So I have I decided that I looked at like the arguments for and against ghosts, and I concluded that there is no such thing as ghosts.
Did you ever believe in them? By the way, in the comments, let me know if you believe in ghosts. That would be interesting to see if anybody believes in ghosts or spirits, the undead. Not the
And
undead, the dead that are still living somehow in the ether, and they come here to, have a look around now and again, maybe interact with us, or maybe they're just doing their thing and we catch a glimpse of them. I don't know, but it seems unlikely. But I have had strange experiences. Was it low-level psychosis? I don't know. I'll go into them later. Maybe it was something I ate that didn't agree with me. Maybe I was hallucinating. One of them was shared with somebody else. I'll go. I mean, I think I've mentioned them all before in this stream. Uh, Seb, do you want to read Lacey's comment there while I take a munch of something I'm eating? Sorry, I know, guys, it's terrible, but I had to eat after I got back from my class.
yes, being open-minded is vital. Even the word ghost can mean so many things. I believe in the term dimensional beings. They may be out of body, disembodied, but they once were in physical form.
Any
Oh yes.
rudimentary comments on that?
No, that my comments is the same thing. It's just that to this day there has been no evidence of ghosts being real. Uh, it, People tend to hallucinate. They tend to see a lot of things that aren't there. They and just like a lot of these hallucinogens give people kind of similar experiences, like how DMT makes people see elves due to like facial recognition stuff that's going on, right? That makes kids see faces in trees. Um, just like that is the case when people have psychosis, they tend to have kind of similar delusions and hallucinations as well.
Right. Um, Brother Marcus comes in and says, is it really death if conscious experience continues? What is meant by death from different worldviews? Yeah, it's a good question, actually. Um, why do they call it death if you continue living in some other form? If your consciousness continues to exist, why is it called death in religions that believe in a continuation of the soul? Last minute Lacey says death equals transformation. I suppose one way they would look at it is death is when your soul or your consciousness leaves your corporeal prison, leaves your body, and passes on to the other place, wherever that is.
Yes,
Whatever that is.
that's
I mean,
right.
lots of people believe in that. A new form of existence. What might that be, Lacey? I mean, I was hanging out with some Buddhists last year, and they were full sure that, your energy can either be created or destroyed. So once you die, it just transforms into some other form of being, dependent, obviously, on how you've lived. That's what they believed. I mean, I'm a hard determinist. I think Brother Marcus is as well, unless he's changed his mind in the last ever since the last day or however long it is since I spoke to him. Sorry, just coughing there. So I find it hard to see why a spirit would be punished in another life for things it's done in this life when it wasn't really in charge. Last minute Lacey says, how do I join? I changed my mind. I'm going to share the link especially for you in a message right now. Yes, Brother Marcus, Godfrey was asking me in a chat yesterday on the live. I mean, not on the live, on the restream, about how I can have foundations for ethics or something, because I'm a hard determinist. But for me, it's just I suppose it's a bit like consequentialism. It's the impact of something. I can say it's bad de facto because it causes suffering. But yeah, it's a difficult subject because I don't know if there's something. I'm a bit of a fatalist, obviously. I don't know what I can do about anything. I mean, I'm an idealist. I'm an idealist about things. I wish things were a certain way, and I think they should be a certain way. But I'm also a pessimistic fatalist as well.
He's a pessimistic
With,
fatalist.
with a lot of
Uh,
hope. With a lot of hope. I mean, I'm a very mixed up kiddie, aren't I? But why can't I just pick one view and just stick to it? It's difficult. It's very difficult. Anyway,
yeah, you are
Godfrey
a
gave me a book. He
pessimistic
sent a
fatalist.
book to this stream on the value of life, creating value in life. It's a Japanese book. It looks very interesting. Actually, it was a bestseller. So I will have a look at that one, and maybe I have to look to the Far East to try and work out what is going on here and what we should do. Lacey, you have got the link there, right? It's a StreamYard link. You just click on that, and you should be on. Right, okay. Well, sure. How do you turn off your camera? Now, can we describe to her how to turn off her camera? I think it's at the bottom of the screen. It says mute, and then it says start cam, and you click on the start cam, and it will turn it off. You see at the
Yes,
bottom of the screen. Is it the same for you, Seb?
yes.
Yes, at the bottom of the screen. It's the second icon from the left. There's also an icon with settings, but yeah, so you should be well able to figure that out, Lacey. Last minute Lacey. Okay, so we will await Lacey's presence. I'm full of anticipation for it because I think she'll have a different view to you, Seb.
Yeah.
And that might make for some interesting conversation,
And I guess your view would be sort of like the agnostic view. What's going on? Who knows?
I mean, yeah, is that a lazy view? I mean, I'm an agnostic in nearly every way now, aren't I? And it's like I'm skeptical though. I'm very skeptical. I mean, I think that the human brain has a tendency to see things in the shadow, to to put your human form in shapes and movements that we see out the corner of our eye. We also have fears and anxieties that cause us to hold on to hopes of a life after death. And I suppose there's some other things going on as well. There's, I mean, it's sad when someone dies. So there's like, you often hear when someone says, "Oh, so and so died," but a robin came into my garden, the next day and was hanging out on the chair beside me, and I think it was them. So there's a lot of hopeful kind of thought as well that loved ones who've passed on are still around somehow or other. Last minute Lacey is in the house. Welcome. Last minute Lacey, you are muted. I didn't mute you. You'll have to unmute yourself. So if you figure that out, when you figure that out, just say hello. It's the icon on the left at the bottom of the screen.
Hello.
But when you figured out that, oh, you've done it. Welcome, Lacey.
Hello, who are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Glino says Robin Williams as a Robin, whatever next. Well, Robin Williams. What he was a fantastic comedian, very talented man, and a very sad ending. A very sad ending to that man. Hello to Klinos. You can come on here, brother, if you want to. I hope you are safe in the Rusland, if that's where you are these days. But Lacey, do you believe in ghosts? Oh, sorry, no. The original question that you popped up to say something to was your kind of definition of paranormal phenomena. Do you believe in paranormal phenomena? Is it
Yes,
something
absolutely.
do you have like certain beliefs like that you ascribe to? What are they?
Well, I suppose my beliefs have been formed based upon experiences throughout my life. And I've been able to form certain thoughts and opinions based on things I've personally experienced and through the experiences of others. So what I said in the chat about dimensional beings, oh, my cat says hello. What I said about dimensional beings is that they are in a space that is beside ours. So do you understand about how we are in now a third dimensional reality? Do you understand what that means?
Well, I mean, we could be in a 4D one, but we can only what we see. We could be in any number of dimensions, could we? But we're this is the third dimension, right?
Yes.
But we could be within other dimensions, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they exist all around us all at the same time. Think about the light spectrum, how many different colors there are. There are actually 12, but we can only see about 3 or 4 of them.
Right.
So the way that things are working based on my own personal experiences is that I feel like when I started to experience things, it was in my side vision or peripheral vision. Many years later, researching into these things, I realized that the fourth dimension occurs on the side of us, not in front or behind, above or below, but on the side.
Okay. Do you mind me asking what age you were when you started having experiences of the fourth dimension, and what exactly were your experiences?
Well, I'm sure that everyone has these similar experiences. When we're young and we're children, we're more susceptible to the spiritual realm, which is what the fourth dimension is. It is kind of a transitionary place or an in-between, where almost like some people call it a purgatory or a waiting period. It's also a place of communication where spirits or dimensional beings from other realms can communicate with us there. So what I'd like to start off by saying is that we've all had the experiences where you've been sitting down and you see something out of the corner of your eye, something run by, and you're sure of it. But then you start to convince yourself, well, no, that's just crazy. You know, I don't want to seem like a crazy person. There's nothing there. And we all have these kind of experiences. So those things started happening, not often, but just every now and then. I don't know. I think we've all experienced our arm hairs going up on our arms, and that is kind of a frequency, an energetic change. Nikola Tesla said that if you can understand the significance of the numbers 3, 6, and 9, but also understand that energy, frequency, vibration are the laws of the universe, then you will understand the secrets and the mysteries of the universe. So
I'm going to have to take your word for that. I don't know if he said that or not, but I'm taking. Yeah, go ahead.
Even if he didn't say it, it's still relevant.
Right.
And I believe it's true.
Yeah, no. Brother Marcus says he doesn't recall having these experiences. Now, I'm trying to get to grips with these experiences you had. Now, I had some experiences when I was a child, when I was very young, but they were, I would say, hallucinations in my view. I think I had childhood hallucinations only a few times. My mum and dad, my dad had this weird, you know, for basically when you open the wardrobe in my mum and dad's room, there was this little. It's hard to explain. Is it like a tie rack? Okay, but it was for hanging my dad's ties on it. Right now, what it was it was actually kind of puppet kind of thing. So it had like a head, right, and it had like a little plastic thing around the bottom of its neck, and the ties hung down from that. Okay, so that the ties were its actual body, and then it had like little arms, and it had like string feet hanging down. And it was a really strange thing because it actually had skis on its feet. Okay, and I think it had like ski poles in each arm. But the strangest thing about it was its head. It was like an orange. It looked like I don't know if you have Jaffa oranges over there. It looked like a big orange basically, and it had orange hair, an orange mustache, these white beady little eyes, and I think, if my memory serves you right, obviously a long time ago, I think it had like a Scotsman's hat, something, you know, like those hats the bagpipers wear on its head. So it was a very strange creature altogether, but that thing haunted me in my early years. And I don't know actually how old I was. I was like maybe 1.5, 2, 3. I don't know. I don't recall. Obviously, I don't remember what age I was, but I could have sworn that thing was looking out the wardrobe at me. It was. I remember once sitting in the back of my mum's car, in the actual baby seat that we had. I was probably, I don't know what age I was. Probably up 2, maybe toddler seat, probably. I remember looking up at the window of my parents' room from the car, and it peered at me. It came and looked at me at the window. So I was absolutely terrified of that thing. And in the end, this is a strange story, but it's true. I was so terrified, my parents noticed. And I think my parents tried to talk sense to me, but it wouldn't work. I was absolutely terrified of this thing. And in the end, my dad killed the tie man. he cut its head off with a pair of pliers, and in the living room. Okay. He said, "Look, it's just a plastic. It's just a toy. It's nothing." And he there's a big like ceremony, you know, of the killing of the tie rack man, and it was put in a garbage bin and placed on one of the garbage trucks. It went away. And I still remember it looking out of the back of the garbage truck as it drove off. That little orange head. And I know I'm going on and on here, but my young self thought that thing was looking at me, doing things, you know, moving around, you know, stalking me, etc., etc. I was very, very young. But the truth is, in my adult years, I don't think it was. I think I was probably hallucinating. I'm just giving you one example of something from my life where I was thinking something was happening, but I don't think it was. And I've read since that a lot of children have hallucinations as youngsters.
That's
It's part of the brain's development. Actually, at a certain age, you start your imagination runs wild, and then you
Well,
throw on that, like, temperature changes, food intolerance, perhaps viruses, whatever, stomach trouble, whatever it is. These can all add to a child's tendency to have strange experiences and impressions on what is going on.
that's interesting. A lot of the time, a lot of children will like claim that there's like a monster in the closet or under the bed, but to think that they are actually hallucinating is giving me a very different perspective of it. It adds
Well,
another layer,
I mean,
layer of
hello to Divine Hazel. Lovely to have you back. But I remember many years ago, I worked in a bar, and there was the lady who ran the pub had like a kid, and the kid was like, I don't know, 7, 8, maybe 7 years old. Actually, I think she was, and apparently she had this imaginary friend even at that age. Actually, she must have been younger than that, maybe 6. But she had an imaginary friend that she spoke to in the corner of the room. Apparently, this is what her mum said, and her mum was very okay about it. She said, "I had an imaginary friend as well." To me, it was just, to me, it seemed like childhood schizophrenia. It made me think, yeah, this person's probably going to be a schizophrenic when they grow up. I mean, they're having full-blown conversations with somebody who's not there. But you would say otherwise, Lacey. And by the way, I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just saying you would say otherwise. You would say that these things exist.
well, let me interpret it for you, please, if I can. So, when you were a child, you said you had a toy, a doll that you were afraid of,
Yeah.
and that you thought it was looking at you from the closet and such. Yes?
Hmm.
Okay. Now, do you remember when I first spoke and I said that even the word ghosts can be interpreted in so many things? Because when people see a ghost, they could be experiencing so many different things. Now, what I was picking up when you were speaking about this is a lot of the times, when we are young, there are good things and bad things out there in the spiritual realms, and we are going to hop into the realm of parasites. Now, what happens is because a lot of children are full of, let's just say, very pure prana. This is your life force, your chi, vril, or energy, okay? Now, because we are so young and innocent and pure, this is very tasty to some of these beings. Now, in order to be in our space, they need to live off the sustenance that keeps us here ourselves. It gives them the energy and the ability to stay in our space and survive here because, of course, they don't want to stay in the spaces they're at. It's probably pretty bleak. So what happens is if you are an intelligent child, you are an imaginative child, I mean, you've turned into this adult that you are today, so I assume that you were, and basically you had a flea that was living off of you. Now, what they can do, it's called telepathic projection. And what they do is they will project the feeling that it is the doll when it is actually themselves and they are in the closet. I learned from a man called James Bartley that these beings, dimensional beings, will use closets as a portal entryway because there's not anybody usually in there. They'll also hide in the bathroom. Now, what's going on is that you were being siphoned off of, and once your father cut the head off of the doll, energetically and symbolically, it showed you that you had nothing no longer to be afraid of. The entity, in turn, loses its connection when you no longer have fear. They survive off of fear, almost by our own mental projections of what is hiding in the darkness. So after you got rid of it and you've seen it gone, you had nothing to worry about, thus having it no longer having power over you. What do you think about that?
Yes, I mean, what you said there, you said very well. Now, with respect, Lacey, you could give your explanation, but you could also give what others would say as a rational explanation, that I was a child scared of this very stark looking unusual character. It was a very unusual toy. As I said, it was in my parents' wardrobe, and it was for hanging my father's ties. It was a tie rack, basically. But it was a very strange thing, and I think maybe biologically speaking, as humans, we, especially as youngsters, maybe we have a hypersensitivity to things that look a bit off, uh, as in dangerous for us. And so it could be just my biology was reacting to this bright orange color, and like the reptilian part of my brain was thinking danger, danger, and that was causing me to feel stressed subconsciously, and maybe that was causing me to have these intense reactions with my imagination, hence my possible hallucination, and that obviously could have been appeased by my father's actions, where he chopped the head off the toy, brought it out to the garbage truck. But the thing is, your explanation, I can't prove you're wrong. You spoke very eloquently. Okay, what I will say is, how do you know? How do you know these things? And I say that respectfully, Lacey, because I am interested.
Well, because I've experienced them. And I just wanted to tell you that, and I'm not trying to prove right or wrong, and I respect you very much for the way that you've been speaking. I appreciate that. But do you know that you have DMT itself in your brain, which is a hallucinogen?
Yeah, I heard about that. It's in the pituitary
brain
gland, right?
uses
I'm
that
not
and
sure if
processes
it's
that.
plausible, but I've listened to brainwave entrainment to induce DMT before. Are you a frequency user, Lazy? Are you a
Yes.
frequency user? Do you listen to brainwave entrainment?
I have in my past, but I have also studied Hemisphinx and the Gateway tapes in the Monroe Institute.
Okay.
Do you have any idea? Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I
anyway,
just
we have things in our brains. Oh, sorry.
I just asked because I thought you might be a frequency user. I was interested in knowing that since I am too, but we could go back to the original topic.
Lacey, Seb is our kind of binaural beats specialist. He listens to binaural beats a lot to heal his brain and to
Yeah.
expand his
Yeah,
horizons.
my brain
So,
is like more than healed, right?
yeah.
Like
Expand your
it's
horizons. Sorry, Lacey, go ahead.
That's okay. I do believe that certain types of frequency music will activate certain parts of our brain. We also have what's called the pineal gland, which is basically what I call almost like an antenna, or sometimes you'll have the people in the UFO community call it an alien implant, but it isn't. It's actually your pineal gland, which
The third
allows
eye.
communication.
Yeah, third eye.
Yes, the third eye, which allows communication with these other realms and dimensions. So,
Right.
I mean,
If
I understand.
the biologists would say that's just the pineal gland. I mean, apparently I've seen the pictures and it is kind of horrifying when you notice it, but frogs have this little third eye where their kind of pineal gland would be, and it's actually, if you look at the top of their head, they have this like little kind of rudimentary kind of strange little eye. And basically, what it is when there our common ancestor, whatever it was, some kind of bottom feeder, some kind of like slug or something, had this little sensor on the top of its head for just sensing changes in light spectrums. And they say that's all our pineal gland is. It came from that. And the frog has its literal third eye, and we have ours turned into this pineal gland, or however you say it. But that's what the biologists would say. But you think there's a significant spiritual element to it?
Absolutely. Yes. Well, because you just explained it yourself within the light spectrum. And what did I just say about the light spectrum? But it also has dimensions to it within the realms of our own existence right here. I said it's in like the in-between spaces, all existing at the same time. So that's basically our antenna, our receptor to pick up these things. Some people have it more developed throughout their lives. When we are younger, it is much more active because it is cleaner. Things that polluted our diets, even the air and water we drink, and just its usage. So sometimes I call the imagination our creation station. And this is using the pineal gland. That's why a lot of people do think this is imagination and hallucination and stuff like that, because as we age, our pineal gland becomes calcified and we're less likely and able to use it.
That's actually sorry to interrupt, but yeah, like I've heard something similar to that, like you can create like things with your mind. Essentially, it's kind of like what I'm also like hearing too as well. Like, you can create like these sensations and these movements with your mind, something like that. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's what you just said. It's all about creativity and imagination. And like when you get older, you obviously start to lose your childlike wonder of things. So yeah, that's why it's kind of common to see children and tell stories about their ghost encounters, is because they have more of an over an active imagination, because of their pineal gland. It's not like crystallized, as you said.
Brother DNW, may
Yes.
I ask you to not bring up personal information about me?
Of course. Sorry, Sebi.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so basically, you both. Sorry, the newcomer here, Bastian.
Yes. Hello.
What's your view then on paranormal phenomena?
Paranormal phenomenon, I think, comes from a place of two things. One, untapped science, and two, just general mysteries. Yeah, I kind of am interested in like this thing called a sacred science, kind of like how science was before like the Age of Enlightenment. And so yeah, I'm kind of studying stuff like that. I'm studying like sacred geometry and stuff like that. Other paranormal things, I guess you can say, like alternate states of consciousness and whatnot. Like, in my opinion, I think like ghosts and other paranormal phenomenon are just like us not knowing how to learn about those realities yet, because we're kind of too stuck in like the empirical side of things, thanks to like the Age of Enlightenment and over reliance on empirical science. That's
Yeah,
what I
I mean, I think a lot of things that happen are weirdly down to emotional disturbance, and I also think that there is going perhaps an element of psychokinetic energy shifts going on. So, for example, in my life, I had a few poltergeist experiences.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh yeah, those are really
and
really dangerous, they say.
yeah, I was when it first happened. I think I was about 27. Okay, and I was living above a music shop at the time, and I had two jobs, and one of my jobs was working in the bar, and I didn't drink at the time, so I wasn't, in any way. I didn't even do drugs at the time. Okay, so I wasn't on any pharmaceutical or non-pharmaceutical drugs. I wasn't drinking. I was living very clean at the time, and I basically walked into the kitchen one day, and these pots were on the cupboards across the room from me. They were
Mm.
actually cacti. Okay, they were plastic cacti in these kind of flower pots, and they were left over from somebody who'd lived there before in this place. Um, Now, as I walked in a rush to get ready to go to work or whatever, they they flew over my head. Two pots flew over my head and landed on the ground behind me. Okay.
Whoa. Yeah.
And I remember when it happened, I was so shocked. I remember thinking, what the actual fuck? And it did scare me a bit, but I put them back up. I looked at them, put them back up, and I remember going back out into the hall and then coming really stomping and jumping up and down to see if there was any kind of give in the floor. I turned the sink on and off in the kitchen. I went out and I flushed the toilet. I ran up the stairs. I just did things just to make the old building, bounce around a bit, but nothing happened. So I put it to the back of my mind. Luckily, at the time, I had a girlfriend up the road, and I didn't say it to her, but I stayed there. But I would have stayed there anyway. But the thing is, I didn't have to stay there that night, so it wasn't something that I had to put up with, that night to think about. I didn't really think about it.
Yeah.
But the next day, I went back there, just popped in because it was only across the road from where I was working. I just popped in there quickly for like to get some clothes for my shift. And as I went into the kitchen again, two more pots flew across and bang on the floor behind me. Yeah.
Damn.
And that time I thought, well, fuck this. But I was actually in a rush. I picked them up, put them back. And when I was thinking about it, then I was thinking like they were belonging to someone who'd lived there before. And what I found out was the person who'd lived there didn't like the landlord, who was still kind of in the shop below. Okay. And there's been a lot of animosity, put it that way, between them. Also, people did have a tendency to say that the place was very spooky. Okay, and it wasn't just because I was there, by the way. I moved there because there was two friends of mine living there. Right, there's basically two bedrooms upstairs. There was loads of rooms in this place. They were only using two rooms as bedrooms, and basically it was two sisters. They were friends of mine, and one of them had moved out, and I just happened to be changing my day job, and I was moving back to that area from a different part of London. And I said, yeah, and they said, oh, just so happens, so and so is moving out. Would you like her room? I said, oh, wicked, yeah, I love that. So it was really cheap rent as well. I was really happy. But then when I got there, I was expecting to get one room, and it turns out I got the other room, and I was like, why did you? I said to the other girl, so why have you swapped? Not that I'm bothered, because I was very easy going. I didn't really care because the rent was so good. She said, oh, to be honest with you, that room freaks me out a bit. And I was like, oh, thanks. So I went in there, and all I can say is that room in particular. This house was very, very old. It was like, I would say it was pre-Victorian. It was very, very old. Yeah, very old.
Oh, yeah.
Pre-Victorian. A very old place. I'd say it was like 1800, maybe the late 1700s. This place was built, maybe
Wow.
1750. It was very old, and
Something.
I remember my room in particular. When you walked into it, it was like walking into a vacuum of stillness. That's all I can explain it. Like you walked in there, and it was like walking into complete. You just felt this complete stillness. It's like being in a vacuum. I can't explain it any other way. It's a very strange sensation.
Oh.
And I had a friend who was religious, and they actually came to the place a few times, and they said this place has got some weird energy, and they started like this is before any of that happened, by the way, before the poltergeist experience. They put holy water on the walls of my room.
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
Now it did. After all that happened, it did make me think: what happened? What could have happened in that house? Because as it was on a high street in London, it was a very old building. There was a town square just outside it. I mean, there was a bar there. There was lots of pubs back around in the old days as well. So there's lots going on, and you just don't know what happened there like 200 years ago. This kind of thing. What energies had been spewed out there? So it did make me a little bit. I did think about these things, but as I said, I put it down to energies. I put it down to either I was hallucinating, which I've never been diagnosed with having hallucinations, but
Yeah, like
I
schizophrenia. Yeah.
yeah, I've never been diagnosed with that, but I've read that the human brain can hallucinate a lot, and sometimes we hallucinate, we don't even know we're doing it. So, and that's even in a healthy person. Sometimes we hallucinate, apparently. Um, but so it could have been that. It was just a very strange and particular hallucination because I it seemed very real to me. You know what I mean? As in, like, it definitely seemed like those pots flew across the room and landed on the ground. I mean, I put it down to energies then, that like there was some kind of psychokinetic thing going on where I'd been emotionally disturbed or something, or I was depressed. I wasn't really depressed at the time either, so I don't know if that didn't really make sense, because they say that if you're emotionally disturbed, particularly women, pubescent women or girls, sorry, or women on their, who are ovulating, are more likely to experience kind of poltergeist activity. That's what I read. But as I say, I put it down to some kind of butterfly effect in the end, some kind of like, well, that we live in this universe, and there's things happen based on something else causing it, and yeah, it's just something it's just there's a cause from the material universe, but it's just that I don't know what it is. That's what I ended up putting it down to. Funnily enough, that was when I was 27, 26 actually. I was 26. When I was 29, in the building next door, which is really weird, I did a Ouija board and with my friend, and we were sitting on the sofa, and I thought it was a load of shit, and I kind of still do, but as I say, this experience happened, and it was that when we were doing it, we drew it on the back of an old chessboard, and we had I think we had like a little bowl for like a tiny little glass bowl for the thing that you put your fingers on to move around the board. And it was a very big living room, very big. And when we were doing it, nothing happened. And I have a very, you probably haven't been watching me that long, but I kind of don't have much patience, unfortunately. And sometimes my
Oh, same.
attention,
Yeah. I
my
sometimes.
attention does,
Yeah.
my attention isn't great. But I started getting frustrated because, namely, I thought it was a load of shit. Okay.
Mm.
So I kind of sat back in the sofa and I said, look, if there is a spirit here, just please give us a sign. This is after me trying it for a few minutes and nothing happened. And when I sat back and said that, there was a light on the other side of the room, and it was a kind of side lamp. Okay, it had a brass base and a white lampshade. Okay, now it was plugged in on the other side of the room. The socket wasn't on our side. There was no lead over our side. It was just me and this girl, this friend of mine. And when I said that, this light just started dimming, and it went. It slowly dimmed, and it went off, and then it slowly came back to full illumination.
Whoa.
And I sat back with my friend and said, I just looked at her. I was shocked, obviously, but I didn't say anything. But in my mind, I thought, well, it's just a coincidence. And then I thought, you know what, I'm going to see if anything happens again. So then I said, look, if that was a spirit, please give us another sign. And it did it again. It dimmed, and then it came back on to full brightness. Now, we didn't do any more Ouija board after that. Again, after that, I put it to the back of my mind. I didn't think about it after that. I didn't go around talking about it or anything. Years later, I remember when I did think about it, I thought, did that actually happen? Because that is fucking weird. And I remember this is about 3 or 4 years later, and I text my friend because she moved away, and we didn't really talk that much. And I said, look, I said, I know this is crazy, but we never really spoke about this. Did something actually happen in that living room with a lamp? Can you tell me what it was? And she told me the exact same story, and I was like, that's fucking weird, isn't it? And then she said, yeah, and she's like, oh, I think I'm going to go see a priest or something. That's what she was going to. I did actually talk to a priest. I happened to talk to a priest one day, and I said it to him. I said, look, because I was a bit scared these things happened, and I was like, look, I did this, like, it's deemed a cult. It's weird. I have these weird experiences. I'm frightened that maybe there's like demonic forces attached to me or something is trying to get at me. And then he said, look, the only demons in this world are people. That's what he said.
Wow.
He said people are the demons. People are the things you need to be aware of. And in actual fact, I think he could be right. In actual
Oh
fact,
yeah, he is right. Yeah.
yeah. He said, look, the only thing you have to be aware of and afraid of in this world is people. He said the people are the demons. They are the ones that will hurt you. They are the ones that will cause problems. You have nothing to fear spiritually. Now, by the way, this hasn't made me. I'm still agnostic. I don't know what's going on. I've also read about shared hallucinations, where you can have a hallucinatory experience with someone else, and you can both think you saw something. Apparently, the scientists say it didn't happen. So, how do I know that didn't happen? Part of the problem with this world is you can't ever be fully sure, because if you're honest about things, you have to admit that your brain can play tricks on you. Yeah, and that's one of the crying shames about this reality is you can't even be sure of your own brain's working. Workings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the only thing that's certain is uncertainty, as they say. It's cliched as it sounds. It's true. Yeah.
Sorry. Last minute, Lacey says I'm going too fast. Too many stories. I'm sorry, Lacey, but if you want to talk now, I'm sorry about that.
Oh. Yeah, but D&W. Yeah, I can share your perspective on that too. I consider myself, I guess, like I'm like a pragmatic agnostic, or like an apatheist. Like, if either God is real or not doesn't really matter. What matters to me is that I have to live. I have to survive, and have a good death. Like, yeah. But I am interested in like the weird stuff. I am interested in metaphysics very much. Very much. Like, if I were to believe in a conception of a God, it would be something similar to like a impersonal philosophical deity that's like just the grounding of being. Yeah, but besides that, I would consider myself pragmatically like agnostic or apatheistic.
Right.
Yeah.
Brother Marcus told me to turn down my volume on my microphone. I've done that. Hopefully, that's a bit better.
Oh, okay.
Although I'm not sure. Sorry, Lacey. Did you want to say anything? I'm really sorry if I overwhelmed you with just rattling on there.
Yeah, it's all right. I have things that I could share that would help the conversation, maybe help enlighten your perspective on things. And if you go too quickly, I will forget. Yeah.
Okay. I was just giving you
But
the experience of poltergeist.
Right. So I was listening to when you said things were flying around the room. Now, I just want to say to everyone listening that we all have what's called a spirit team, or assigned people that used to be in bodies that are now disembodied. And they're like the next step up, where we will go after we pass on from our physical vessel. Okay. And it's almost like a team of people. They're teachers, they're guides, they're helpers, and stuff like that. And they go throughout your life. Now, you will have these types of things. It's not always negative, or what was it, poltergeist. And I thought it was funny because I just want to say that, speaking for all women, and being a woman and having a menstrual cycle, that I've never experienced paranormal activity or poltergeist activity while on my period. I thought that was quite funny that you said that, but you may have got a little bit twisted, because no, I'm trying to make a
It's
joke.
something I read. It's something I read that spirits, like, this is something I read. I don't know if it's true. I don't necessarily think this is true, but what I read is these entities attract themselves, or are attached to innocence. So they attract to like an innocent girl who's never been with a man, and when she starts having a period, you know what I mean? I've heard that these girls can have a lot of poltergeist experiences. Apparently, this is what it says in the literature that I read.
Right. And I agree with you. That is true. And that's because of the hormonal changes. It heightens our ability to detect the paranormal, supernatural things that are going on around us, frequency changes, energy changes. When I was talking about, getting the goosebumps, that's a vibrational thing. But what was going on, what I was trying to say about my joke, is that I have indeed felt like I've turned into a poltergeist, but I haven't seen any poltergeists. Yeah, like, because of the the hormones. I was trying to make a joke. Now you've ruined it, but that's fine.
I'm sorry. I know you Canadians. The Canadian humor is extremely polite. It's not like my uncouth, uncivilized humor. But
Yeah, they are
I
very,
will get. Yeah.
very nice
By the way,
people.
brother Marcus is commenting on your use of apparently that's a sign that you're Canadian. So
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah, like yeah, stuff like that. And then like on another thing, I like how you guys say about. You say a boot. That's pretty peculiar
Some
too.
some people do. That's more on the East Coast, found in Newfoundland. I'm originally from Nova Scotia, Canada.
Oh, okay.
But that is, I do say a, although I don't notice it. Other people do, but I don't notice that I'm doing it. No.
Mm.
So a boot would be like from the Scots, probably, would it? The Scots that landed
Yes,
in.
and that
Yeah,
and on the east coast of Canada, we're Nova Scotia. That would be New Scotland, right? So that's where that
Yeah.
comes from. There, I don't remember people talking like that, like actually pronouncing it that way. But I've heard it in Newfoundland.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I read about. So this is an aside, but I read some fascinating stuff about the melting pot of Canada and North America and the different languages that were spoken over there. And apparently there was like a Gaeltacht, I think they called it, where they spoke Irish
Yeah.
or Scottish Gaelic in that part of Canada for a long time, which was
Gaelic,
interesting.
yes, Acadian.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So anyway, going
Yeah.
back to
So
what
if
you were
we
going
could
to
just
say
go
there.
back. Right. So we all have this spirit team going on around us. And see, even though we're not aware of it, they are there. We cannot see them, but they are beside us, walking with us, even unseen. This is what we refer to as the unseen realm. So we also have these beings there that are around all the time. So it's not necessarily a negative thing going on. And they do want to, their goal is to kind of gently persuade you into remembering that there is more to life than what you know of now. So how I'm feeling for you is that when you were saying, is there a spirit here? Although you did mention using a Ouija board, did you not?
Well, the first experience of the pots flying, that was before I used the Ouija board. The Ouija board came about 3 years later.
Okay. Well, again, like the spirit realm, they're very playful, and sometimes it would be called instant manifestation, whereas thoughts become things. And this, again, I will give you an example of this. So, have you ever had a dream that's felt very real? Maybe you know it as lucid dreaming. And you think of an object and it appears as you think of it, even before your thought has finished. This is in the realm of what I'm discussing. Now, these beings can do this with experience and time, almost like you've seen in the movie Ghost. They can learn to do things to affect things in our reality. Being around a person enough, siphoning enough energy, yes, the lower dimensional beings can do this, but also the higher dimensional beings can do this as well in order to get our attention.
Right.
Hmm.
Can I ask a question at this juncture, because it's a lot to take in, but who are these spirit beings and why have they got such interest in us?
Well, because at one time they were us. Evolutionarily, there were many, many forms of people that were on this planet. They just don't tell us that. Have you ever seen the giant skeletons?
Yes, the Nephilim, right?
Well, that's what they say, but they're not actually. They are past versions of this human vessel we are in now. It's almost like the PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If we are PlayStation 5, they would have been PlayStation 3.
Oh, all right. That's a new spin on it, because when I was first reading about those giant skeletons in like Egypt or whatnot, I always read that they were just fallen angels, like in our world or something like that.
I
Or
mean,
they're like,
you say these giant skeletons. I mean, I've heard of like 7-8 foot tall skeletons in different parts of Europe, like from like kind of they weren't Homo sapien, but they like a long time ago, probably maybe when we interbred with Neanderthals or something. I mean, they were 8 or 9 foot, 8 foot tall men, 7 foot tall. They weren't that big. How big were these skeletons you're talking about? I mean, that is big. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't like they were giants. I've
They
never heard of
were
these.
indeed.
Oh,
They
okay.
were
Wow.
they were quite big. I think it was. Let me just look up. I don't have the chart, but they were over 15 feet. I'm
Lacey,
talking.
if you want to
Okay, so
share
what I'm going.
anything in the chat, you can. I'll make you a moderator so you can share a link whenever you want.
I just want to finish my thought here, because what I'm going to refer to you, how I found out about this, is through the work of Helena Blavatsky called The 7 Root Races of Humanity. There have been different evolutionary cycles, like I was saying. Do you remember when we were talking about the third eye and the pineal gland? Did you ever hear about three-eyed giants? Well, it goes back to when the pineal gland comes from. We have different forms of beings. I mean, our timeline goes back so much further than we've been told. There's evidence of not Homo sapiens as we are today in the PlayStation 5, but peoples that were like, say, the PlayStation 2 or 3 that happened to be quite large because of the atmospheric changes on the planet at the time, which is also how it explains how dinosaurs were so large. This is why we've had footprints found of that look like human feet, but they had 6 toes, yes? And this is because they were an older version, like I said, of this compacted, smaller vessel we have today. Think about
I'm
how
going
the
to have to
phone
take your
got
word for
smaller,
this.
and now we have teeny tiny cell phones.
Lacey, as I say, I'm taking
Well,
your
this
word for
goes
this.
back
I've
to the
never seen animals.
Vedas. No, but you can look it up. This goes back to Vedic cosmology as well, which has a much, much older timeline. Now, no one is first. This is a universal truth that has been passed down through our civilizations over time and the ages. We've had several ages. This is why they say civilizations have risen and fallen. And we see that sometimes they just get wiped out. Well, these are just the cyclic periods that go on, where one civilization rises and falls. It's just part of our evolution. But it can be found and easily understood, translated rather, in the 7 root races of humanity. Now, we are only at 5. There are 2 more that have yet to appear. But it's very, very interesting stuff.
Okay.
It goes back to it. It goes back to Atlantis and Lemuria, Hyperborea.
Now, Lacey,
And
what do you
Polaris.
say?
Yeah.
What do you say to people like Brother Marcus, who is a very lovely person, and I'm sure you
Yes.
get on very well with him, your fellow Canadian, but
Hello,
he
Brother
just doesn't
Marcus.
believe in ghosts or spirits because he thinks consciousness is tethered to our biological systems and it ends when our biology stops working. What would you say to these people who think like this, or do you need to say anything?
Well, I don't know if I can. I think that there are stages and of our understandings and perspectives. It also goes down to the stages of initiation, which explains how our consciousness evolves. Sometimes I call it consciousness ascension. Almost picture it like, well, if you know about Jacob's ladder, almost like a ladder leading to the heavens,
Yeah.
or a staircase to the higher realms. Okay. So, I mean, I can't convince anybody. It's a shame that this is where they are. But I respect that. And in a way, the body does shut down, but energy does not disappear or dissipate. It just transfers. So I suppose that's all I can say.
Okay.
So where does it go, right?
I tell you, yes. Okay. I'm fascinated by what you have to say.
Yeah.
I
Very
would like to hear
interesting.
more of your actual experiences,
Yeah.
if that's okay in a moment, Lacey. But I suppose we better ask Bastian. Bastian, have you had any strange experiences of the kind of paranormal Can't.
Only one. It was when I was in my. It was in another house we were staying at. It was me, my brother, and my mom. And it was we were renting the basement in our aunt's in my aunt's house. Yeah, we were staying there for a good 5 years or 6 years. This happened in like the third year I was there, and the door was open, and it was right in front of me, and no one was at home. No one was in the basement. I knew that for a fact, and for some reason, it closed on me when no one was there. Yeah, that's like the only thing that has happened. And occasionally, I would hear footsteps when no one was home. Walking down the stairs when I was in the basement. I was like, "Oh, who's there?" And I looked and nobody. I was like, "Oh, okay." And yeah, it's only stuff like that. Really, really marginal stuff. What else could be? I'm not sure. After that, my brother has
Hmm.
told me stories about him seeing hearing footsteps outside in the graveyard when
Hmm.
he was there, because there was like a one-man cemetery where we lived at prior to where we're living at right now. There was a one-man cemetery to like a property or to like a farmer during the Civil War era of America.
Right.
And when he was there, when he was drinking and smoking his pipe there by himself, he heard what he thought was footsteps of like four people. He tried to look around. He was freaking out, and he said he didn't see anyone. But he kept hearing these footsteps. When like he said, if it was an animal, it would run away because he was like throwing things at his at that general sound's direction, but they weren't stopping. So he got a bit. He got spooked out, and he came back home. It's relatively a short walk from where the one man cemetery was and where our house was.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think,
Yeah.
yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Hmm. Fascinating. Now, I will say I've heard people say things, and this is true. This is true. What I'm going to say now. My friend, she's going out. She's a lesbian going out with another girl. They're both in their one of them is like I suppose 40. The other one is like 35 or something. But
Cute.
thing is, the younger woman, her mum died some
Oh,
years back, and whenever her and my friend are together, the lights start flickering, and that is true. It happens all
what
over the
the
place. When
hell?
when
What the
when they
fuck?
mention the mum, the light flickers, and it is very weird. And I've seen it happen, and it's not just in one place. It could be in they live in two. They both have their own properties, so it could be in one property, or it could be in a different property. Uh, so it's happened in multiple places. It is very weird, very weird.
Yeah,
But
that is.
the scientist in me is saying, there could be some kind of sub kind of particle kind of uh, butterfly effect going on where our emotions cause things to happen, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a spiritual thing. It could be a materialistic
Yeah.
phenomenon.
I mean, if I'm allowed to interrupt for a second, and like when I was more of like a hardline new atheist, like in the vein of Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris, when like everything needed to be verified by science. Now I'm like completely different. Now I think I think half of the questions we ask are always going to be open-ended questions, especially
Mm.
metaphysical ones.
Mm-hmm,
But
mm-hmm,
the when I was like that, more of a hard ass atheistic stubborn person, like I would just explain like supernatural phenomenons as either people being delusional or like something wrong with the earth's magnetic field
right.
that causes them to hallucinate, or like that shit like the earth's field is fucking up and like it would just move shit around. I of course no longer follow that anymore, but that
Yeah.
was me trying to explain the paranormal. Now I really don't know how you would explain it at this point, because like
I mean, aside from the ghost, there are other paranormal things that are very strange, and like things like when someone has a really deep intuition, like about something, like, and so they couldn't possibly know, but
Do
it
know.
turns out they're right about it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Like I won't say I know someone who was in church. Okay, they're at mass on a Sunday, and they were like, "Oh, I have to go. We have to get back to see Dad, and he's dead. He's dying. He's in trouble. He's dying. He's dying." And when they went back, he was dead. He had had a heart attack. He had had a
Whoa.
heart attack in the. This is a little girl, by the way. He had died suddenly in a field outside the house. He was a farmer, but I mean that's really strange, isn't it?
Extremely strange. Yeah. If I
Extremely
Yes,
strange.
but what my thoughts to this is that I find it like too convenient that I guess the best ghosts can do is make some sort of light flicker or some sort of a wood crackle or the fireplace just move a little bit more to the left or something. It's
Hmm.
never something that seems more than
Well,
what could be a coincidence.
you see, Seb, I'm more open to what Lacey said when something that perked my interest is when she said spirits, if they are trying to get in touch with us, if they do exist, by the way, I don't know if they exist, but this is the most plausible reason they would get in touch with us would be to break us out of our attachment to materiality, to break us out of accepting that this is all there is, to break us out of some kind of life path that doesn't take something seriously. There is something to take seriously. I don't know what it is to take seriously, but it could be that they're trying to say, look, wake the fuck up. There's something to take seriously here, and it involves your well-being in this life or the next.
Yeah.
But having said that, I find it. I made a video and I've spoken about this before. I find it difficult to believe in the continuity of the soul. You know, because it does seem intrinsically linked to our biology.
Yeah. So do I.
Um,
Way,
But
yeah.
can I just say something very quickly? I'm very confused by what you said. I'm not sure what you mean by this brain healing thing. I have no idea what you're talking
well,
about.
oh, sorry. Are you going to go back to the binaural beats? Well, binaural beats. We've spoke about it on this channel
No,
before
but I mean, why the brain healing? I never said I
because
did
it's
any of that.
no, because it's used by me and by others to relax. That's what I meant when I said healing. I meant to relax and rejuvenate.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you make it
I'm not
sound
saying
like
you have
some sort of
scurvy or
brain
anything like that. I'm
regeneration.
not
That
saying you have I'm not saying you need any anything said. It's just to rejuvenate and relax. That's all I meant. Okay.
okay.
To revitalize. To revitalize. That's all I meant. Obviously,
Okay,
Seb, I'm not
that's
saying there's
fine.
other.
That's fine.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, it was maybe that's all I meant, just to revitalize. So yeah.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
fine.
so yeah, Lacey. Where was I? Um, what is this world then, Lacey, in your view? Because we talk about it on this channel, and we say we kind of take a Gnostic view that either it's like a hellscape. There's too much suffering here. You know, there's little children getting abused and murdered. One is too much in our view. You know, what is this place in your view?
Well, I would consider myself a Gnostic as well. I don't like labels or titles or things like that, but
Mm-hmm.
I can understand that. And okay, so I just want to back up for a few minutes because you were talking about the spirit guides and them wanting to awaken our consciousness to what comes next. Now, we're all going to pass away to this vessel, so they want to prepare you from what comes next, right? The goal is to kind of graduate from this place where we are. It's almost what I call a soul school or the earth school. And our goal is to graduate out so we don't have to keep returning, right? We want to finish elementary school and high school so we can move on to the greater colleges and universities, as they say. So what that is that they are preparing us and almost helping us remember. Because when we come in here, it's almost like a blank canvas and we're set up in this school for souls. And we recycle through through, primary school, elementary, until we are ready for graduation. Now, there is no designated time period for this. You can accelerate your path very quickly during one lifetime. But now, as you say about our world today, we are essentially in a place where heaven and hell can exist at the same time. Sometimes called Middle Earth, we are the in-between of the higher realms and the lower realms. Sometimes called the 7 dimensions going up and the 7 dimensions going down. These are the representations of heaven and hell. Now, what we have here is the material plane, where how do I say this? Basically, to put a long story short, have your heaven and your hell occurs here. Depending on the life that you've lived before, it will determine the life you have next, commonly known as karma. I truly feel that I know it's very hard for people to grasp, but when you tell someone to go to hell, what do you think actually would occur if that were to instantly manifest itself right away? Well, I don't believe in going backwards in consciousness, but if we can, what's that word? Not theorize. Imagine for a moment this situation. If you are a terrible person in this life, going around harming children, harming others, and you are then reincarnated as a chicken who is at the animal farm that we use for food production, yes? And you just keep getting reincarnated over and over again as the chicken. This is a form of hell. Or I can use myself as an example. Believe it or not, I do remember some of my past life that was necessary for me to clear in this life. Now, I'm not going to say that I was evil, but I didn't make the best choices, and I had to pay for them in this life. And I would say that my life has been a hell life, or a karmic debt repayment life. And this is just how things goes. I know that there is a polarity going on right now where almost like the darkness is in control of this world. As they say in biblical terms, that this is Satan's world and he is the god of the earth, which is true. You can interpret this in different ways, in many ways. But there is, over many cultures, over many ages, in text documents, and even geological findings. I've just lost my train of thought.
No, it's okay. You're doing very well.
I know. Can you just remind me what I was just talking about, please?
You were talking.
What?
Sorry, go ahead, Seth.
No, I think you go ahead, brother DW. You can.
Yeah, no, you were talking about evidence of these things in geological studies, and regarding the phenomenon that have been found. Like you were talking about past lives and how the debt being paid in this life for stuff you've done in the other life. You were saying there's like geological findings and stuff that helps to prove this some way or other. Is that right?
So in my past life, I wasn't very good. In this life, I had a hell life.
Right.
Okay. Oh, dear. No, I've completely lost my train of thought, guys. I'm very sorry.
So you said that you had a hell life in your previous life.
Yeah, you said you have knowledge of your past life. You don't have to tell us. How did you come across that knowledge? And
that's a much longer story. We can get to that one day.
Yeah.
I'd just like to finish up what I was talking about.
That's fine.
Okay, about Middle Earth, why this is the way it is. This is the only way that we can upgrade our consciousness. This is the only way we can feel physical pain. And through pain and suffering comes progress sometimes. I know it's awful, but in the end of things, I mean, one day we can talk about lots of stuff in depth, including my past and my past life. But because of those things, oh my goodness, I've done it again.
It's okay. You've got a lot going on in your mind. You have a hell of a lot to share in terms of knowledge and experience.
I
But
even did a very powerful grounding meditation, so I'm also a little tired.
that's okay, Seb. But yeah, listen, Lacey, it's fine. Don't relax. It's fine. But I'm just want to ask you about how do you know of your last life? That's all I want to know at this juncture.
Well, when I was younger, I started to remember things that I had no idea how I would remember, how it could be possible. And it did make me feel very crazy, but it was something that I could never let go of.
Mm. And was it something that you could, did it have any relevance to the modern day? As in, was it something that affected other people now, or was it just a memory of something that happened before and it wasn't particularly provable, as in, like, you couldn't, as a matter of fact, say, I was this person, or do you know what I'm saying? It wasn't, okay, yeah.
No, it's nothing like that. I started to have a feeling that maybe there might be something to it, because I could feel like I was in a similar kind of time in the age, because the last I remember, it was at the end of the last age. Sometimes I have known this as, I always called it the Atlantean age, but I found out that it's referred to as the antediluvian age, which is before the biblical age. So I started to remember large trees and giants and things, but I thought I was just a tiny person. So that's how it began. But I believe that I've been reincarnated many times. This is my last life, hopefully, if I do things right, on this earth, which I will graduate and leave for the higher or greater colleges and universities of the higher realms. Do you know what that is?
Well, I don't. You can tell me about it, but yeah, I know that in a lot of religions, like in Hinduism and in Buddhism, they talk about transcending this reality and not coming back. I forget what the term is. Reaching, leaving Sangoma, is it Sangoma? What's the phrase they say?
Something like that. Something
Yeah.
like that. You're on it anyway. You're in the ballpark.
Yeah, and obviously in Gnosticism, it's about the same thing. It's about getting knowledge as to what you need to know to get the hell out of here, not come back.
Yes.
But
Just like how Bible stands for basic instructions before leaving Earth. There's lots of different tools that can help you ascend out of this realm. It's just interpreted differently, and depending upon the development of your heart and mind, it will determine whether, you basically come back or not. And that's why it's called the prison planet of the Matrix. It's been designed that way, because even the Bible, it's very, there's a lot of hidden esoteric meaning and symbolism and allegorical representation in there. So, but that's how they keep us here, to bring us back over and over again. I'd like to, if people can see my little profile picture on the screen, The Gods of Eden by William Bromley is an excellent, excellent book. It really helped open my eyes to what's going on here in this Earth School and this Middle Earth, as I referred to it earlier. I would like to recommend it to the people listening. If you would like to read that, I can provide. I just don't know how to use the chat. You can find a free copy of it on the internetarchive.org for free to read, or on PDF files. Just look up The Gods of Eden PDF and you can get it for free. You don't even need to buy it if you don't even have any money.
Wow. Thank you for that.
Yes,
I'll have to
thank
take a
you.
look at that.
So
You're
first of
welcome.
all, I want to say that you are doing I guess a commendable thing, since you have I guess you have knowledge of the, I guess, the reincarnation, and I guess by us going through it, it could prevent us from having a similar fate.
Yeah. I mean,
Thank you.
one,
Yeah,
so,
that's exactly why
Lacey,
I'm sharing.
yeah, Lacey, you did say, do I know about what is above this realm, like the better place, so where you go to progress even more? I mean, I've heard, like, for example, I'm not in Hinduism and Buddhism. I think they say you can become a god, but nothing lasts
Yes,
forever. Like you can become like you can become a god of something, but then even that doesn't last. You will do something wrong, and you will come back as a lowlier state at some point. Like nothing lasts
that
forever.
is, yes, that is absolutely true. Um, I'm a little bit hesitant to say this because of the way that it comes off, but I technically used to be a deva, and that is a higher dimensional entity. I fell to this world through actions that were not so great in my past
Selfish.
life. Yes. So that's what landed
Yeah.
me here. So it is, in fact, true. Um, Now, what determines our lives when we go on to the next realms is basically what they mean by you create your reality. So, whatever you make it to be within your lifetime is what it will be. Now, as I said, do you know what comes after? Do you know what it is after? Well, I'm going to give you just a short preview because my voice is getting very sore. So I'm
Okay,
going
you're
to have
doing
to leave
great.
you
Thank you.
soon.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
what comes after is what the UFOs are. That's what the extraterrestrials are. They are people that have gone before us, and they are the higher and lower dimensionals. That's what the UFOs are. That's who's in there.
We should also say this is an opinion that Brother DNW will share too. But we should say that whatever happened in your past life isn't something that is your fault, and it's not something that you should feel guilty about. And I don't think less of you, like, if that was if that was what yeah, if that was in your past life, then that stuff doesn't matter to me and brother DNW.
Thank you. Yes, and that's what I was going to say. I'm no longer the same person. You get a complete reset and a clean slate. So almost like wiping the computer clean and starting again. And then you almost have another chance to do things a second time, but you will have lessons and things to repeat. Similar, they won't be the same, but you will be basically tested and judged on how you deal with those, on your thoughts, feelings, and actions. And then, you pass the test and you can go forward. But no, I really appreciate you saying so. And I mean, I hesitated because it's such a far-fetched thing to say, and it's so difficult to prove. All I can do is just use the superpowers that I have in this life, which is my heart and soul, and this person that I've become today.
Hmm. Hmm. Fantastic. Well, I'm glad it's working out for you, Lacey, and you come across as a very interesting to talk to, and someone who's deeply in tune with trying to do the right thing, trying to be a better person. So, I mean, it's definitely for benefit in that regard. Does it worry you, Annie? Does this kind of stuff worry you at all? Does it, like, do you get scared of it ever?
Am I afraid?
Hmm.
No, no.
Okay.
I mean, there have been stages where, of course, I've been a little uneasy, but I've always had the confidence in knowing that I was strong enough to know what to do when the time arises. So, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and play all high and mighty like things didn't freak me out a little bit, but the fear never overcame me in that way where I felt helpless or something, because I always knew that I was very strong and that the divine creator was with me.
Right. Okay. And what separates us from the divine creator? Because I think if there is God, then we're all part of God.
You are, absolutely.
So
If
this is the thing. Why the separate? Why did we have to become separated?
it's not separated, you are in
Okay.
fact a piece of God. Sometimes I call us little sun souls, because if you think of the sun as a physical representation of the supreme deity, then we are little flames off of a giant flame.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Again, this is the common deal. That's why it doesn't make sense to me that God would force any of its children to suffer forever, because those children are in effect God as well. So it doesn't make sense to me. That's one of the reasons I kind of thought the Abrahamic view was silly, because this idea that God puts his own creation that came from him, that is ultimately him or her, whatever you want to.
Both.
Yeah, exactly. Well, God, I say it, whatever. It doesn't make any sense then that it would cause that to suffer for all eternity. I mean, that sounds insane, you know?
Yeah, it is. And in fact, that was created by an insane cult, basically. Now, you have to remember that religion so long ago was hijacked and used for division and control. And again, that's why I suggested about the Gods of Eden by William Bromley, because his research and work really breaks it down in an easily understandable format.
Okay.
But there has, oh my goodness, I've lost my train of thought again.
It's
I'm going to
okay,
have
darling.
to leave you soon.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, it's a lot. You're giving out a lot of information, and it's interesting. We've got two new people here. We've got Jay. Jay, is there anything you'd like to say on the paranormal, or what Lacey has been talking about? Always be polite, people. Thank you. She's come on here, and she's been very nice. So please be nice, pal.
Yeah. Hey everyone. So as I said in the comments, right? Like I just want to understand the purpose of all this suffering and learning. If all we do is just learn and suffer, in a cycle of just upgrading and downgrading forever and ever, so you can rise to become like a god, but then eventually you end up like making a mistake and falling back down to being like a lower form, and which just goes on for eternity. It just makes no sense. It seems very, very pointless and absurd and futile.
Well, we cycle up and down, up and down, up and down. We go up, we go down, we go back to source. That's what I've said. And I mean, in other times when there's different cycles, like right now, what we are in is known as the Kali Yuga, according to Vedic sciences and cosmology, okay? That basically is an age of darkness, or known as the age of deception. We're moving into the Satya Yuga, which is the golden age and the age of truth. Unfortunately, during that time, even though it's a heaven on earth and a utopia, wonderful time, a golden age, people's souls have less ability to ascend at that time, because things are, well, too easy. There are no tests. Things are too perfect. There's nothing to fix. You see what I'm saying? So in a time of chaos and destruction, and basically what the apocalypse is one world falling away and another one being born in its place. I mean, this is what the times we're in right now. I know it seems unnecessary. In the end of it, and I'm not trying to seem high and mighty again, but when you get to your last life, almost right before your graduation, it does make sense. I wouldn't change my past. And let me tell you, I've suffered some horrors over an extended period of time. And
Lacey,
yes.
Thank you for elaborating on that. I just want to say, Jay, I think you're outside because there's a bit of wind or something on the microphone, so I've just muted you. But I don't know if I've unmuted you now. Is it working now, Jay? Are you walking around outside?
No, I'm in my room.
Weird, because we can all
You
hear.
have a wind in the room.
Oh
This
well,
is
I have
time
my
to
fan on.
be
Oh,
joking.
it's your fan then, yeah.
Since,
Yeah, it's your
the
fan.
wind in the,
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll mute myself when I'm not talking. But yeah, I want to hear what Lacey had to finish saying.
But yeah, so in the end of it, I mean, I just don't want to exhaust myself by going through all the examples, but I'm going to tell you it was bad, and I wouldn't change it because the creator designed it that way, and I love this creation I am today. It has given me everything I ever dreamed of or wanted. It may not look like that on the outside of my life, but on the inside, it is thriving, and every wish and dream I've ever had has been fulfilled. Just from that, it makes it worth it. I promise you. I know it
I'm glad it's
seems
working
so
out for you.
awful, and it is, and I'm not condoning it. Again, I would suggest everyone read The Gods of Eden by William Bromley. It will explain a lot, because what's happened is we have some really smart people who have thought, we're smarter than other people. Let's get together and tell them this and that and rise up above society. And they're still doing it to this day. The Gods of Eden will explain that to you. And again, I'm not condoning it, but we also have been kind of hijacked by a demiurge or a false god. So we've got a lot going on here. And I know it's very difficult for a lot of people. And I'm very sorry there is so much suffering. It's the needless suffering that is the problem. Suffering is a part of life. Women suffer when we push out a child, but then we have the joy of new life. This is just how things are in the material realm. It's the only way we can grow and learn. Think about how difficult it is for a seed to grow and push itself out of the dirt, climbing through the darkness and into the light, to open its petals, to finally feel the sunshine. This is a process that they must go through. But I wonder, in their small form of consciousness, because consciousness they are, if they wonder, why has this happened to me? I'm sure they do. But it is just how it is. And in the end, they reach the sun.
Okay, Lacey. Very well said. We've got Noodles here. Noodles, is there anything you want to say?
Yeah. Prove it.
Oh, Noodles is saying prove it, but she says she can't prove it. She can't prove it because it's a very personal thing, and I understand where she's coming from. Some things are not provable, Noodles.
yeah.
They're not
Can I
provable.
say,
They're only livable. Sorry, I almost choked on a pear. Yeah, they're livable. It's not able to be provable. I, at one time, was a disbeliever myself. And it was only through my life experience. I mean, I never believed in UFOs till I saw one.
I mean, yeah, I agree about the UFOs. But I mean, you could use deductive reasoning.
What's the common ground on UFOs? Sorry, Noodles, can you elaborate?
Well, that there are things that are there are unidentified flying objects, but there's
Okay.
we can use deductive reasoning to assume that something like that would exist or is real. The other stuff is just not as obvious, and you know, harder to deduce.
Nobody said it was going to be easy.
well, sometimes there are just stuff one can prove. Like if someone like kicked my ass, like I took a walk and someone kicked my ass, maybe I didn't have a camera to like to prove it. Maybe there was no recordings, right? I guess there are really things that one cannot really prove. I guess, but you're right that one can question one's beliefs, noodles. But I'd say that I guess if one is in a battle, I guess if one is a war or something, then one has to one has to believe there is no way one can lose. All the athletes of the past, the great boxers and the great conquerors, had unwavering belief. Like if one has to believe one will be able to kick the ass of the
Well,
enemies. I
belief is
guess
very powerful.
that's
Belief is very powerful. Well,
like a grit. I seeing Lacy that it seems like Lacy has that grit, that the belief
grit, yeah.
in oneself.
What
Yeah,
what is
guys,
it
I'll
that
be
we're
right back.
ascending to?
I have to let my dog out for a little bit, so I'll be right back. I'll let you lot carry on talking. I'll be back in a bit.
What is it that we're supposed to be ascending to, and who decided? Is there someone that decided that? You say that there's the demiurge, not the true God. Is the true God all powerful? If so, why would the true God allow evil, or why would the true God create evil? I mean, these are all the questions.
Well, if we don't have evil, do we ever truly know what is good? It's all about choices, right? Who chooses? You choose. You chose before you came here. There is a version of you. Sometimes people call it the higher self, but it's basically the future version of you, who you're going to be. And that person designed this life so that you can become that one day. It's all in the plan of the story that was written for you by the divine creator. I can only go so far. This truly is an inner journey. The only way out of here is in. So it's a lot about self-discovery, and then you realize these things about the divine. Sometimes I like,
So wait, you said it's about choice. Is the divine creator all knowing?
yes.
If the divine creator is all knowing, then the divine creator already knew what was going to happen before they created us. So therefore, there is no real choice. The divine creator just decided for us.
Well, it might be you have the option to take either the left or the right path when
No, you
you're on
don't.
your
You did
journey.
not. That would contradict your statement about the divine creator being all knowing.
Well, it's more of an experiment life, right? So maybe it's just not all knowing and deciding to say, well, let's just see what happens.
No, no. If the divine creator is all knowing, it's not an experiment. They already know what the outcome.
Well, I just said that maybe it's not all knowing, but
Oh, okay.
maybe it rolled the dice and said, well, let's just see what happens. Because really, in my mind, the way that I see it, even the creator would love the demiurge and evil itself because it is a part of itself. The creator is experiencing itself through all forms of life, animals,
That
plants, trees, all of it,
do you
us and
believe
other
that?
beings.
Do you believe in evil? Do you believe there's such thing as good and evil?
uh it's complicated because yes, I do. I do see and understand the perspective of duality, like the polarities of life. And that is a complicated topic, but I do, but as in the polarities of life. Does that make sense?
If you believe in the concept of evil, and you believe that the creator, uh, n- created everything and is all powerful, then you have to concede that the creator themselves are evil. But
Well, no, it's
like you
both.
said, because I'm not I'm using my phone right now, but would someone who's on a computer, I guess this would require DNW because he's the host. Could someone share an image of the Epicurean paradox?
I don't know how to do that.
Maybe DNW will be back, and then we'll do it when he gets here.
Well, as I was saying,
Yeah, I'm back. I'll find it.
Back to what I was saying about, because earlier, when what I don't even know the channel. Did you say DMV? That's his name?
DNW.
DMW, right. So before we were speaking, he had mentioned that the divine creator, sometimes people stumble over it saying he or she or they, because I believe that it can be both. It depends on what you're in need of. Sometimes I experience the creator as masculine. Sometimes I experience the creator as feminine. It depends on what you need at the time, but it is everything and all things. So it can be represented to you in different formats. Some people see God as Jesus. Some people see God as a woman. Sometimes when I talk about this, I'm reminded of the movie Dogma, and in the end where you see Alanis Morissette as God. I absolutely loved that. And I, for some reason though, I thought that she was in a tutu, but she had really hairy legs. But I rewatched it, and I can't see that. So I don't know. I don't know where I got that from, but I thought that would have been really clever. But she was wearing male boxers when she does the handstand to represent that she's both male and female, right? So yeah. And that's the thing. It's both masculine and feminine, dark and light in one. It is the creator of all things, and it's the only way to create the union of both. So
I think that there's a. See, I had a therapist for a long time who said that often who have a strong religious belief, or in strong religious belief in a god or in some cult figure of any kind, some deity, they all often have low sense of self-worth that can either be masked with the religion, or it's kind of subdued to an extent, or it could be very obvious.
well, I would have to say I agree with you, but that's not a very nice way to put it. I do see that also as a weakness, and I've never been religious. That's why I said
Can I just
that.
say something? Can I just say something though? I think that's I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think that lots of people have low self-worth, and not just religious people.
Yes,
I
and
didn't
that's
say,
true.
well, wait a minute. I didn't say just religious people.
Yeah, but
I said
I'm just saying there could be.
I never
religious
assumed you meant that.
The religious aspect is how it manifests for a lot of people.
Yes.
Fair enough. But that could be immaterial things, because if everybody suffers from low self-worth, then that's a human part of the human condition. It's not necessarily tied to being religious. That's all I'm saying.
No,
Well,
and no one ever
understand
suggested
but
that.
one of the things, this is one of the reasons so many people are religious.
Is it? Okay.
I think so.
Well, I
Fair
think
enough.
that in the discovery of what is, there
I'll be
are
right back.
different stages of the path. So when you start out on your journey in seeking the truth, or whatever it represents, whatever it is for them, you're going to start what is maybe most familiar to you. Maybe pick up the things of your parents and families and in your communities. But no, it isn't just for the religious. I'd never ever mean to insinuate that, and I didn't think the fellow with the dog in his picture meant that at all. I did not think that at all. But it does translate over, it in kind of like this personal savior, come and save me from what I do not understand kind of thing. I mean, there are people now sitting around waiting for the aliens to come and pick them up and save them. So, I mean, I understand what you mean.
I think it's the idea that they're not like they don't have enough. They're not comfortable enough with themselves, or they don't have enough faith in themselves. That they need to put it's the outside validation that gives them their worth. Like they don't feel worthy enough or good enough for themselves, so they have to get that from this make believe friend.
I think a
Again,
lot of it is existential, though. I think it's just existential, like not knowing what this place is.
Hey, are you gonna put up the Epicurean paradox on the screen?
Do you know what? Do you know what it was, Nick? It doesn't. Sorry, Noodles. It doesn't actually. The image doesn't come out very well. So I've just shared it in text. If you go through the comments, you'll see it. I'll share it again. I just 1 second. There you go. I'll share it in the comments so you can read it.
Hi, can I say something? Hello.
Yes.
Oh, you sound a bit grumpy with me.
Oh no, sorry. I'm just trying to multitask here. Go ahead. Sorry. Chickpea.
Yes, you sound so grumps at me.
Sorry, darling. I didn't give you full, acknowledgement of how wonderful you are. Chickpea. Of course, you can say so. Chickpea. We've chatted so much. I feel like you're like my sister or something at this stage. So sorry.
You should be so lucky to have me as a sister. No,
there you go.
Lady Gods of Eden, are you trying to say that life on this planet is a worthwhile experience and that it's actually worth having?
Yes.
You really think that?
Well, I know it's something, isn't it? But from what it's given me in the end, yes.
Don't you think about the 84 billion animals that us humans as a species, and I include myself in it, bring into being and murder every godforsaken year, and 1.5 trillion fish, and the children we sexually abuse, the children that starve to death every day, 15,000 children starve to death in this godforsaken shit pit.
I'm aware, ma'am.
It's nice to live here. You know what? I'm sorry to be such a horrible, miserable little bitch, because I am a little miserable bitch, but I find it so hard to understand that people could be happy here. Because talking on the paranormal, I should have died in a fire when I was 22 years old, and some asshole from wherever made sure I didn't. And when I find that asshole, I'm going to kill him.
Sorry. Being. It may not be that she's happy to be here. It may be that she's happy to have found a way out.
Who?
Yes, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
I never said I was happy. What's your name?
Liz.
Liz. I am Lacey. It's nice to meet you.
Elizabeth.
Well, I'm Lacey. It's nice to meet you. And
you.
I'm very sorry but to hear about your experience. Now, I never said I was happy per se with the way that it was, but I'm happy with the outcome. Yes.
The outcome.
And I suppose it's a difficult thing, right? Because I am aware of all the suffering, and I'm sure that the divine creator is, but I cannot speak for it because I technically am not it. I know it can be maddening and infuriating to see it all, and I'm not condoning it. But I guess all I can say is that what happens to us individually, we can take it one way or the other, use it to see as a blessing or a curse. My life can be seen a little bit as both, and I think it's okay to view it as that. But I don't want you to be upset, but
I don't. No, I'm not upset. Don't worry
You
about
can be angry about it,
Yeah.
or you think, what is it trying to teach me?
Well, what do I learn from the 84 billion animals being slaughtered every year? Well, I learn that us humans are not a very nice species. That's what I learn.
Well, we're
That's
not.
what I've learned.
I
We're a
agree.
horrible species.
We
And
are we're in
Yeah.
a very detrimental situation in this age. Yes. And you know what? People hopefully will start to change and understand their actions, because we cannot learn from anything unless we make these mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Humanity is just in a very dark but serious time of learning.
Yeah. Well, I
And
hope so. Yes.
a lot of things happen here that I said that I would never condone, but for whatever reason are deemed necessary in the grand scheme of things, in the bigger picture.
Because all it's done to me is fill me with hatred.
I know, Mel.
I feel so much hatred for the human race. I would never actually harm anyone. I'm actually far more. I live life on a higher moral ground than most people do, because I don't steal and I don't tell lies or none of that, because I don't see why I should actually. I just tell them the bloody truth. But when I look at this planet, I'm horrified by it. And you know, when I was 22, I should have left. I should have died in a fire, and some asshole from somewhere out there made sure I didn't. And I always think about that. I mean, I would have been burnt to death, but at least I wouldn't have had to live the last 50 years almost. It's been horrible. I hate it here. I hate it with a passion you can't imagine.
Do you want to come back?
Come back here?
Yes.
God, no. I
No?
tell you another
No,
time.
no.
All right. Then what I'm going to say to you is that I, honest to God, have the way that you can make it so that you do not
How?
return here.
How?
How?
Yeah. But you want to come back?
No, and I've made it so that I will not. But, like I was saying, you must go in to get out. There is a way, and it takes a lot of work, and it'll take a lot of reading and learning and self-reflection. I promise you, I know the hatred you feel.
Yeah,
At one
okay.
time, I was fully, and this has to do with my past life, okay? But I was fully willing to take part in what's called a culling of humanity.
Yes.
That
Yes.
entails, now this is a whole other story. Of course, you can learn about it on
No,
my
I feel
channel.
it too. I feel it too. You know
Yes.
what? I would press Putin's buttons. If he said to me, Liz, do you want to press? I'd press them. More than happy to.
Right, and every asshole on the planet would disappear, right?
Pardon?
Every
Sorry,
evil person, every arsehole
Yeah.
would disappear.
Yes, yes. Well,
Yes.
most of it would. Yes.
Right. And so, of course, this is what most people would want. But in the end of it, even if I could tell you right now that I have superpowers and I will grant your wish and I will go and exterminate all the evil in the world, there'll be no more rapists, no more pedophiles, no more murderers, no more suffering in that fashion. Do you know what will happen?
What?
They will come back here and
Yes, I thought
torture
you-
someone else.
Yes.
We must give them every day to change. It's
But
not
they won't-
about accepting them, or it's about tolerating them. That's why they say pray for them in religion.
Oh,
which
no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
religious.
no. I'm not praying. I'm not praying for meat eaters. You know what? I can cope with rapists. I can handle that. But meat eaters, you know, when I look at what goes on, it sickens me to the core of my soul, what goes on. And no, I'm not
Why
praying.
do they say pray for them? Sorry.
Because that's the only way that it is healthy for you. Hatred only poisons the self, the soul, the
no.
mind, and then the body. It'll make
Yes,
you
I know.
sick. And so what it is like, it is drinking poison and expecting it to kill the other person, but it will kill you. The only way, I mean, you're allowed to ignore it. And that's basically what I ended up having to do, is seeing that this is just the way it is. Unless, I mean, even if I got superpowers, I couldn't get them all. You see, the way that I wanted the calling and wished for it ever since I was a child was that the divine creator would send beings that were telepathic, that could look inside of people, could read them right then and judge them with the scales, whether they had done enough good or enough wrong, and right there they would be judged, and whether they live or die is up to them. But that's what I wanted, an army to be sent to take care of all of that. And you do see this in some religions, and different things like that. But again, I have to say that it might be perpetuated by people's desperation for this situation to be over. It may not occur. Now, it may, but it may not. But I mean, I do understand. I do.
Yeah.
I have compassion, and I do understand.
Yeah, but you know what? This is why I'm an antinatalist, because in my mind, all the while we carry on, and why any working class person breathes is an absolute mystery to me. I mean, I live in London, look around and think to myself, why would you bring another human being into this place? But globally, I don't understand. The only way to stop is stop breeding. Job done. It would take us 80 years. The animals would have the planet back, and we won't be here anymore. That's the only solution.
Yes. Well, I mean, having children is part of reincarnation, and it brings karma.
Yes, exactly.
I never had children.
Or me, no.
Yeah, and so
Well
I
done.
mean, I do understand, but again, I just kind of had to remove myself from that and focus on me, and it's not selfish to do so.
No, I focus
It is
on
a part
myself.
of self-love, because
Yes,
we
I do that.
can't save the world. We can't save them all. We can't save the world. We can hope for better. We can pray for them, like it said. But it's just
Lacey,
Yeah.
but didn't you also say that everything comes from the same source? So wouldn't it be the case that the pedophiles are the source creation itself expressing itself?
Well,
And so
essentially a side of source, I would suppose. Yes. Again, I don't know all the answers. I don't mean to seem or imply like I do. I can only go based upon my own experiences. And when I say that's how I know something, it's because I've experienced it. But that's my best
can I
educated
just say,
guess.
why does there have to be a kind of monotheistic view of why does there have to be one God?
Well, no, I think you weren't here when we discussed it earlier about how I had taken us back. How you were saying about how you said he, and then you said she, and then they, as referring to the creator as being it is both masculine and feminine, both dark and light in one.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why do they even have to be the same entity? It could be like that there is a good and an evil, and they're both
Well,
equally
of course,
powerful.
they can be separate, but essentially
Yeah, that's
they
what
are
I mean.
one.
They're not the same entity. It's not from the same entity. I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily. I mean, if one exists, could there not be two? Could there not be three? Could there not be 10 of them?
There is technically, if you look at it, the heart and the mind. The heart and the mind. If you look at it like that, but the heart and the mind are in the same body.
What's your take on this shit Jesus came out with? Turn the other cheek. What's your take on that?
Well, I mean, first of all, Jesus is symbolism and allegory. And second of all, it's basically advice to save your energy. Because, I mean, we could insult each other, right? But instead, or, like, okay, this is how I explain it. Imagine whoever, you and me, you and whoever, walking down the street every day. You've never met. You've never spoke to each other, ever. But for some reason, every day, I feel the need to curse you out. But we've never even met.
Yeah.
I'm the arsehole there. Do you understand? It has nothing to do with the other person, because all of that comes from inside of me.
Yeah.
So when confronted with something which would require, the lesson of turn the other cheek, I mean, you could go and insult them back, or you could stop and think to yourself what I have just said, and then say, well, I'm not going to holler back. I'm just going to continue on my way. They're probably having a hard time, a difficult day, and I'm just going to wish them well in my head and move on. That's turning the other cheek.
Oh, yeah, I was taking it physically. I must admit, if somebody hits me, I will hit them back, obviously.
Well, I mean, so you've been hit by a monster. Do you want to become
no.
a monster? No, wait.
My mother, yes. But
Yes,
no one else.
my mother was also a monster, but I never hit
not you.
back.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I never hit back because I never wanted.
Scared. I was too scared to hit back.
Yes, but what I want to tell you is when you hit back, you become the same kind of monster as them, regardless of how you feel. It doesn't matter about self-defense. So if you don't hit back and you turn the other cheek, you are choosing the heart or the right-hand path.
All right, okay, I got you.
So we shouldn't fight fire with fire. We should become pacifists.
It depends upon the situation. Now, if someone at this very moment smashed through my front door and was going to harm me and my cats, you best believe you'd be hearing some screaming, and that man would get his ass whooped.
How many cats have you got?
I've got 2.
I've got 7.
I would defend them with my life. Trust me, but there is a part where it's excessive force. Self-defense and then harming someone because you want them to feel pain is 2 different things.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So what have you got?
What?
Cat talk time. What have you got?
Oh, I've got 2 cats.
Yeah, boy, girls.
Oh, one is a little girl. She's 8 months old, named Marvin the Martian. Like the Bugs Bunny character, Marvin Martian. I thought it was a boy. Yeah. The lady who gave her to me told me it was a male cat, but it turned out to be a female cat. And then I have another cat who's male, and his name is Salem Jenkins.
Oh, nice.
And they're both tuxedo cats.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've got a tuxedo. One tuxedo, little girl.
Oh, thank you for asking.
Yeah, I know. I always talk about cats. They're my favorite thing in life.
Well, they're very spiritual animals, also spirit guides, and they will follow you into your dreams to take care of you as a guardian.
Yeah, they keep me going. I do live with them. They are
spirit travelers.
Yeah, they're the only reason why I carry on. If it wasn't for them, I'd stop eating. I'll just go to my bed and stop eating. Knowing my luck, some spirit will come from the ether and force feed me just to keep me alive.
I'd ring for Uber Eats and tell them to climb in your window, Chickpea.
What?
Well, let's hope somebody comes from the spirit realm and helps.
No, that's what I don't want. I bet someone would. I bet someone would come to the spirit realm and say, "Oh no, Liz, you're here for another 20 years yet. Could live to your 90."
I'd strap you up to a big bag of food and like pump it into you, and then like put matchsticks under your eyelids, so you have to watch everything.
Yes. Yeah. I bet.
Well, there is a for sure way out, but it absolutely is going within. And with that, I just want to say that I've had an excellent time in the show today. I just want to thank the host for inviting me, and I will return if you will have me again. But I must dip out because I have things to do, and I'm getting rather tired and my voice hurts.
Well, I tell you what, you did remarkably well because you spoke non-stop for about 2 hours there, or over 2 hours, and you did very well. And thank you so much for coming on here and being patient with us and telling us what you think. It was very interesting. I enjoyed it, and it's food for thought. So thank you for that.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to everyone who I was chatting with. I hope to come on and chat with you all again. I really appreciate the conversation.
You sound like a nice person.
Thank you for the book recommendation as well.
You're welcome.
See ya.
Take care, everyone.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye now. So, yeah, I mean, it does chime with the kind of Gnostic view of this reality, but, you know, as I say, I don't know what's going on, but it is very scary, this reality to me. We'll go back to the kind of topic of the show, which was paranormal phenomena. Jay, would you like to say anything about it? Have you ever had any of these experiences or heard? Do you believe in ghosts? Why or why not?
Um, I don't know. Because I've heard stories like the ones that you guys were talking about before I came on, and it does make me wonder if these things exist. But then, like you also said, as well, our brains are kind of hardwired to hallucinate and kind of create stories out of nowhere, um, and
Have
create.
you've never had an experience yourself?
Um, no, I wouldn't necessarily say so. I mean, I
What
think the
about your
closest
family, your mum and dad, your mama? Like, has anyone told you a story? Anybody in the comments? Has any of your parents told you like a strange story, like a kind of paranormal experience they had? Because
no,
other
not
generations, no.
necessarily, but
Okay.
I say the closest I've experienced from what I could remember is maybe there were a few times where like I was at home or something and it sounded like someone was calling my name, like my mother or something or someone else. And when I went to check if anyone was there calling my name, no one was calling me, or my mother wasn't calling me, or um, I guess maybe another close one would be maybe as we've talked about before in another stream, what is it called? Sleep paralysis. Um,
Oh, yeah.
I've experienced yeah, I've experienced that quite a few times in my life, but that's basically the closest I would say that I've come to experiencing anything paranormal.
That is creepy because you do see an entity, don't you, in sleep paralysis sometimes at the end of the bed?
No, I don't. No, I don't open. The times that I've experienced it, I never open my eyes because I didn't want to see what could have been there. So I usually just keep it shut and just wait for it to be over.
But you said something there, do you?
Yeah, it feels like something's holding you down and like you can't
Oh,
move or get up or speak or do anything.
wow. Yeah, because I've never had it myself. I wouldn't want it, but I've heard
Lucky,
that there's
lucky
this
you.
common
You're
kind of
lucky not to experience it.
yeah, I've heard that there's this common experience that people who suffer from sleep paralysis have, and they see a particular type of entity for some reason, like it's like a dark, shadowy man. Is that right? Or an old hag? What is it they see?
Again, I can't say because I purposefully keep my eyes closed, but I've heard other people say that yeah, they see some sort of old hag or something, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, strange. Okay, thank you, Jay. Chickpea, have you ever had a paranormal experience? Do you
Oh,
believe in ghosts? Why or why not?
I've had quite a few actually. Well, I've had one big duty one. This is the one in Berlin. This was when I was 22 years old. I was living in Berlin. I was working in a bar in Potsdam, of all places. I came home late one night, and I cooked myself some tea and everything. I left the hot plates on. I went to my little bed, and I unplugged my telephone because in that place we had plug-in telephones, even though it was the 70s. I went to sleep, and then I was on my little comas. The phone rang, the unplugged phone rang. The voice said to me, "Get into the kitchen." I went into the kitchen and the hot plate was red hot, bright red, and everything was ready to go up in flames. But if I had not woken up and gone into the kitchen and quickly turned everything off, there would have been a fire and I wouldn't be able to get out because the hot plate was right by the front door. So I wouldn't be able to get out the flat. It was one of those little pokey bedsit places, where you get everything in little pokey places. And it was 5 stories up. So I should have died in a fire, but I didn't. And then when I went to see the hypnotherapist, I told you about this whole previous life, not the previous life, the previous existence thing, because this guy, I found him in Miss London, never seen him before in this ad. So it was the first time I saw the ad. Went to the ad, asked it, went to see him a few times. Then he did disappearing act and he couldn't be found anywhere. And I've tried to find him and he just disappeared as if he'd never been there. And 2 years ago, my mother died and on the Tuesday before she died, a voice in the corner of the room said to me, "I'm going to die on Thursday." Hello.
What? That's. I'm sorry to hear what happened to her, but that's
Wait, but
very.
was your mother at home?
Yes. And I got this
Well,
voice.
it could have been her.
Sorry?
Well, it could have been her saying that, right?
Well, it was her voice, yes.
But she wasn't living with you. No, they would. She lived in a different place.
Living in Clacton, I'm in London. The voice came from the corner of the room.
Oh. Okay.
And she died on Thursday, the next 2 days later.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, but I'm a bit weird. I've had other weird things happen as well. I don't know. I'm not supposed to be here. If anyone says, because I should be dead, and I should be. And when I had a suicide attempt, the doctor said I couldn't have taken what I'd taken, but I did take it. Well, I don't know what's going on. I don't ask.
Okay, well, we'll go and see if there's any other questions here. I mean, this is a similar thing. Have you ever experienced something you couldn't explain? I mean, yeah, every day I experience things I can't explain, but I mean, that's like, I can't explain a lot of things. But I think this is basically the same question again, so we'll just ignore that one.
Wait, DNW, did you say that you had a story about how you prayed for some money or something and you saw it in like a drain or something?
Oh, how many times do I have to tell this story? But yeah, so I was about 25, and I just I've been done a little. I just moved to back to part of London that I'm in now, and basically I got a job as one of those annoying bastards, those charity fundraisers. I got a job as a team leader, as a charity fundraising team leader, right? And it basically, I was meant to get paid on the Thursday, I think it was. Money didn't come in on the Friday. Saturday, I wake up, all I have is 50p. Okay, and basically, I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do? Because I just spent a lot of money at the time on moving and doing some bits and bobs. But I'm lying there and I'm thinking, oh fuck, because I just paid my rent. I used money to pay my rent, the month's rent, and I was like, shit, now I've got to eat. I didn't have any food, and I was like, fuck, it's a bank holiday, so there was no banks open on the Monday, so I wouldn't get paid on the Monday. And I'm like, I'm not gonna have any money until Tuesday, yeah, because that's when my work would sort it out. That's when work would be on again. But actually, I was working on Monday as well, but because I was doing the charity fundraising, but you know, I couldn't get paid because it was a bank holiday. So money wouldn't be coming in till Tuesday. That was it. Anyway, I woke up on the Saturday morning, and I had that 50p, and I went to the corner shop and I got a can of Diet Coke with it. And I was walking along feeling sorry for myself, thinking, how the fuck did I get into this situation? You know? So I'd been used to having like a good bit of money from work and stuff. It hadn't been this bad. And I was thinking, oh fuck, I'm screwed now. And I'm like, you know, I just started thinking rationally. I was like, all I need is like 20 quid. Because like I could put the money on my Oyster card, yeah, and I could buy some like reduce items, some lentils, some rice, you know, chickpeas. I could I could survive the weekend, you know, and still have money on my Oyster to get to work. Like I don't need that much money. I just need 20 quid. That's what I need. And as I was thinking this, I decided, like, I said a prayer, right? Don't ask me why, but I was desperate. So I said, dear God, please help me. I need to find some money. And I kind of sheepishly made the sign of the cross because obviously I was raised Catholic, yeah. And this was on a residential street in London, and there was nobody. There was other people around, obviously, but there wasn't anyone near me when this happened. But I was still a bit coy about anyone seeing me make a sign of the cross, praying or whatever. I felt stupid, to be honest with you. And so when I said, "Dear God, please help me, I need to find some money," and I said, "Amen." As I said, "Amen," and I did the sign of the cross, I looked to my left. I don't know why I just did. I just looked to my left as I was walking along, and then in the gutter was two £10 notes, exactly the amount of money I'd thought of, the 20 quid. So yeah, that was that story. So again, Nick isn't impressed. He says it's just a coincidence. Yeah. So this is the thing. You can't act. Although it is remarkable. It's a remarkable thing to have happened. But it's not like £1 million or anything like that. But then I'm thinking, if it was a spiritual thing, well, you're not going to get £1 million, are you? Because that would turn you into an arsehole, So you'd only get what you need, as in just the bare amount to stop you being a dickhead, basically. Because if you got too much, you'd turn into a dickhead, I suppose. You wouldn't learn what you needed to learn, perhaps. I don't know. Anyway, listen. I don't know what that was. It was just a coincidence, perhaps, but it was a remarkable one.
The thing about coincidences is that oftentimes they are remarkable,
Yeah, and also there's a statistical likelihood of it happening and all that.
How many people are going to base their belief in prayer on the few times that they did pray and they got instant gratification from it?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I didn't become a monk or anything after that. I didn't become like a,
No,
I didn't start.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, if you look at, if you're saying, oh, that seemed divine to me or whatever, well, it's the coincidence that makes it seem divine,
Here he thinks I had a false memory. So I don't think it was. I think it happened, but there you go.
This whole manifestation thing. It's just oh, well, the people who are always talking about manifestation are the ones who you're always just why doesn't this person just fucking manifest? Yeah, the perfect life for themselves, which
exactly
it's not there. Most of the time, those people are masking something their shitty situation. It's kind of like the motivational speakers or the coaches that offer the master class for success. When they're not successful, they actually are becoming rich by selling the class on how to be successful.
Exactly. And this is what I'm saying too. I agree with Noodles. Why do all these people who preach manifesting, why aren't they millionaires and billionaires living their dream life? You know what I mean? And if manifesting is so easy, why can't I just manifest $1 million whenever I want? Like Divine Hazel said in the chat, right? You said that you what you did was called instant manifesting, but DNW, and didn't you say in the story you didn't really even have much faith in it working out? It was just kind of like a flippant thing you did. So how can it be manifesting if you didn't really have much faith in it working out anyway? You know what I mean? It seems like a fluke.
I think it was an earnest kind of prayer, if I'm honest, but it wasn't like it was like a casual. I was just walking down the street. It wasn't like it wasn't a massively planned ritual. I think. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There wasn't like a whole ton of faith in it. You know what I mean? And so, if manifesting was real, why don't people who who have more faith than you, DNW, in God, right? Why don't people who aren't more true believers, like a lot of
I've heard
Christians,
that the
for
power
example.
of prayer. I think I've heard it said that there's always a good answer. This is the problem. If prayers were answered all the time, there wouldn't be any need for faith. If faith is a necessary thing, yeah, as in you're meant to make a leap of faith, you're meant to detach yourself from this reality and reach for something else, even though you've got no evidence of it, yeah. Well, then, if you were given evidence all the time that it's there, then it wouldn't be faith. It wouldn't be a leap of faith. It wouldn't be a belief. It would just be fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but still, Phil, if manifesting is real, then any act of faith should be rewarded. You know what I mean? So anytime someone believes, they should get what they want. It shouldn't
Yeah, I
be
mean,
a test of faith or
the
anything.
manifesting thing, I think that comes from not God. That comes from themselves, isn't it? They think that they are authoring. They are the authors of their destiny. So I don't think they're manifesting people or saying prayers to God. They're like literally, they think they're the ones causing it to happen. You know, isn't that? Am I not right? That's kind of the
Yeah,
manifestation belief. Yeah.
yeah, I think so. But yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like I agree with Noodles. I just feel like manifestation is a bunch of bullshit, and it's just people trying to scam other people into believing in these new age things just to make money off of gullible people. Because these things don't actually work if you look into it. They'll say, oh,
Well,
just
I mean, there is an element of truth in it, but obviously it is bullshit. Like, but there is there is a slither of truth in that your thoughts do shape your reality. You know, as in
Well,
if you think
if
about
you,
something, or more likely, they're more likely to shape your reality in that
I mean,
direction.
it depends what their definition of manifest is. Like, if you focus on a particular thing and that causes you to spend a lot of time working, putting in the work to achieve said thing or whatever, and then you get that, they're gonna say, "Oh yeah, you manifested it because you focused on it. That was it."
Right.
Well, okay, like you mean, yeah, like I had a goal and I worked towards it, or what? I mean, what do you, like it just because the lines become very blurry, and this gets back to this whole, self-worth thing. Some of these people, they like to throw this stuff out there because they're like new age narcissists, or yeah, they have this low self-worth, or they want to sound like they're very enlightened and spiritual and connected, and they know what's going on, but they really don't know what the fuck's going on, and they don't want to have to admit that, it's a scary thing. They don't want to have to admit that they don't feel like they're enough, and that they have to put on this whole facade. And
yeah,
some
I
of them,
agree. What? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say in response to Divine Hazel, she said that God answers in divine time. But what about the parents and the family of a kid who's dying from cancer, right? Who spend like 24/7 praying to God to heal them, and He never heals them, and they end up dying. Like
I mean,
how
there's
you
tons
know
of
what I mean?
happening all the time, much worse shit than, and it's like, why would God spend like any time on your shit when there's way worse stuff going on that God could be, focused on or whatever. But if God's all powerful and all knowing, God could focus on all of it at once. So it's just like, it's all ridiculous. They say, oh, and especially when people are saying the shit about, oh, it's all part of like our path, it's a lesson, blah blah blah. Oh, the little kid that gets raped, oh, what was their lesson? Oh, that was part of their journey. It was God had a plan for them. Oh yeah, that was part of God's plan. God set it up so a little child would get cancer and get raped and die. Like, yeah, that's great God you got there.
Yes.
Fucking idiots.
Yes. God is an asshole.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
it's like
has it ever crossed your mind that God might be an arsehole, but
Yes.
you still have to bow down to the arsehole because the alternative is worse.
no, 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 no. I'm not gonna bow down to someone who creates a world like this. Like
Well,
they've already shown me who
I'm
they are as
I'm
a
not
person.
telling you to do that. I'm just saying, has it
if you
crossed your
don't, you
mind?
go to hell. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, I was actually talking to a born again Christian once, and I was explaining how like the whole fear mongering process of the religion of Christianity like makes it hard for me to feel like I can like truly love God.
Yeah,
Hold on one second, Chickpea. Hold on. It makes me feel like I can truly love God. And he said, "Well, actually, you don't have to love God. That's not part of the religion. You don't have to love God. You don't have to like what God is commanding or saying to do. You just have to do it, and you have to adhere to it." So it is like even some Christians themselves recognize that it is all about just being completely submissive.
Yeah, and that's certainly the way it seems in most well, all the Abrahamic ones anyway. Jews, Christians, Muslims. It's about bending over. Fair enough. Here's an interesting one. What's the scariest paranormal story you've heard? Or yeah, that I mean, if anything comes to mind, JE.
I'd say it was Harold.
No, we'll go around clockwise. Sorry, Noodles. JE.
I don't really have any coming to mind right now, so yeah, you can pass it on to Chickpea or someone else. Yeah.
Chickpea, you heard any story from anybody else that was terrifying?
No, mine's the worst I've heard actually.
Fair enough. Seb, have you heard anything terrifying, scary?
But it has to be paranormal, right? So can't say that I had an experiences like that.
Yes, it has to be a paranormal one.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have any, so I have to pass it on.
Okay, Noodles.
Oh yeah, it's Harold.
Tell us about that.
Let's see if I can pull it up. Where is it?
Noodles?
Yeah.
How's your little fur ball? Your baby?
My baby? You mean the dog?
Yes.
Like
baby.
I mean, they actually belong to a friend of mine, but whenever I'm over there, I like to see them.
Oh, I thought it was yours.
No, I have spent a lot of time with. His name is Spike.
Oh, right.
And I have spent a lot of time with him.
And Grumpy Guts, how's your border collie?
Yeah, he's very well, thank you. He's living his best life, and his coat is lovely and shiny. His teeth are good. He's all he's been treated. He's been wormed and what do you call it? Treated for fleas. He gets treated all the time.
Are you seeing fleas then? Are you seeing fleas?
No, I give him a treatment every month.
Oh, because I tell you something really. Sorry, I must tell you something really.
He mixes with a lot of dogs, so I try and stop it from happening. Yeah.
Yeah, because as you know, I've got 7 cats, and some of them going out. And for all my life, I have been battling fleas until last year. And last year, I didn't see one single flea all year. Not one. I don't know what's happening.
I got the story of Harold here if you'd like to hear it.
Yes, go for it.
When it got hot in the valley, Thomas and Alfred drove their cows up to a cool green pasture in the mountains to graze. Usually they stayed there with the cows for 2 months. Then they brought them down to the valley again. There's someone making noise in the background. Yeah, thank you. Usually they stayed there with the cows for 2 months. Then they brought them down to the valley again. The work was easy enough, but oh, it was boring. All day the two men tended to their cows, and at night, at night, back to the at night they went back to the tiny hut where they lived. They ate supper and worked in the garden and went to sleep. It was always the same. Then Thomas had an idea that changed everything. Let's make a doll the size of a man, he said. It would be fun to make and would. Sorry, hold on one second.
Where's this story coming from? I want to know. Is it like
1 second? It would be fun to make.
Noodles,
And
where's the story coming from? Is it fiction, or is it like someone said it happened?
do you want to hear the story or not?
Go for it. Go for it.
It would be fun to make, and we could put it in the garden to scare the birds. It should look like Harold, Alfred said. Harold was a farmer they both hated. They made the doll out of old sacks stuffed with straw. They gave it a pointy nose like Harold's and tiny eyes like his. Then they added dark hair and a twisted frown. Of course, they also gave it Harold's name. Each morning on their way to the pasture, they tied Harold to a pole in the garden to scare away the birds. Each night they brought him inside so that he wouldn't get he wouldn't get rained on or ruined or something. When they were feeling playful, damn, why are so many people calling me? When they were feeling playful, they would talk to him. One of them might say, "How are the vegetables growing today, Harold?" Then the other, making believe he was Harold, would answer in a crazy voice, "Very slowly." They both would laugh, but not Harold. Whenever something went wrong, they took it out on Harold. They would curse at him, even kick him or punch him. Sometimes one of them would take the food they were eating, which they both were sick of, and smear it on the doll's face. How do you like the stew, Harold? He would ask. Well, you'd better eat it or else. You better eat it or else. Then the two men would howl with laughter. One night after Thomas had wiped Harold's face with food, Harold grunted. Did you hear that? Alfred asked. It was Harold, Thomas said. I was watching him when it happened. I can't believe it. How could he grunt? Alfred asked. He's just a sack of straw. It's not possible. Let's throw him in the fire, said Thomas, and that will be that. Let's not do anything stupid, said Alfred. We don't know what's going on. When we move the cows down, we'll leave him behind. For now, let's just keep an eye on him. So they left Harold sitting in the corner of the hut. They didn't talk to him or take him outside anymore. Now and then the doll grunted, but that was all. After a few days, they decided there was nothing to be afraid of. Maybe a mouse or some insects had gotten inside Harold and were making those noises. So Thomas and Alfred went back to their old ways. Each morning they put Harold in the garden, and each night they brought him back into the hut. When they felt playful, they joked with him. When they felt mean, they treated him as badly as ever. Then one night, Alfred noticed something that frightened him. Harold is growing, he said. I was thinking the same thing, Thomas said. Maybe it's just our imagination, Alfred replied. We have been up on this mountain too long. The next morning, while they were eating, Harold stood up and walked out of the hut. He climbed up on the roof and trotted back and forth like a horse on his hind legs. All day and all night long he trotted like that. In the morning, Harold climbed down and stood in a far corner of the pasture. The men had no idea what he would do next. They were afraid. They decided to take the cows down into the valley that same day. When they left, Harold was nowhere in sight. They felt as if they had escaped a great danger and began joking and singing. But when they had gone only a mile or two, they realized they had forgotten to bring the milking stocks. Neither one wanted to go back. Neither one of them wanted to go back for them. But the stools, stools. They forgot the stools. But the stools would cost a lot to replace. There really is nothing to be afraid of, they told one another. After all, what would a doll do? They drew straws to see which one would go back. It was Thomas. I'll catch up with you, he said. Alfred walked on toward the valley. When Alfred came to a rise in the path, he looked back for Thomas. He did not see him anywhere, but he did see Harold, the doll. The doll was on the roof of the hut again. As Alfred watched, Harold kneeled and stretched out a bloody skin to dry in the sun.
Was that a true story?
I don't know.
No.
All right.
But thank you. You read it very well. You read it very well. Thank you.
I'm not great at reading, but
no, you did read it very well. But I just knew it wasn't true. So yeah.
Well, wait a minute. So which ones do you know that are true?
Mine's true. Yeah.
Well, so says you. Someone might say this is true.
Well, that's true, I suppose.
No, but
it's an
it was obviously creative writing. Is what I'm saying.
Well, wait a minute. But what's to say that any other story that someone just says is true isn't also creative writing?
Divine Hazel is a bit annoyed with you. She says nothing worse than someone who reads to adults. I'm out of here. There you go. Now that's a bit harsh, Divine Hazel. That's a bit harsh. I actually liked him reading to me. It was relaxing. It was relaxing. I'll give you that much.
On the subject of reading, can I say something? I've just brought David Benatar's 3 latest books.
And you bought the second sexism?
Yeah, I bought The Second Sexism, The Meaning of Life, and Very Practical Ethics. Today I got them from Amazon.
Nice.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to reading them. Really good.
Yeah, we should have like a bit of a reading club on here at the NW.
Yeah, I love his writing. Love it. He's a fabulous writer, fabulous man. Love him.
Which 3 books did you? Which 3 books of his did you get?
The Meaning of Life.
Okay.
Very Practical Ethics and Second Sexism. The Second Sexism will be very good, I reckon, because I've noticed that men. I've noticed it in London how young white men are being picked on. Noticed it myself.
It is
those poor young white men.
it's no joke. It's no joke. And geriatric millennial white men as well.
I know. It just sounds funny. I do understand there's a problem.
No. Listen. It is a thing though that in the UK the most at the moment the most underprivileged person is a white working class male of a certain age, as in a young white a white working class male under the age of 30 is more likely to be involved in drugs, drink, not working, not educated, low income, etc. All these problems. They're going to be from an impoverished background, basically, as well. So it is a problem. But
criticize what David Benatar writes about. Ooh.
I didn't criticize it.
I'd
like to read The Second Sexism as well.
It's very good. It's on Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lost that Amazon.
Well, I know that supposedly the British government is very scared of being called racist, so now they're overcompensating in a way.
Well, it's I mean, it's difficult to say the right things in public because no matter what you say, you'll be misconstrued or someone will vilify you, attack you. So,
Do you ever watch
um,
Charlie Veach?
Charlie Veach, I don't really like him, to be honest with you, but yeah, I know who the guy you're on about. Yeah.
I mean, I don't, generally speaking, obviously, like, I disagree with a lot of his, like, how he, thinks about the world, probably, but I do appreciate what he says about the, the IP conflict, and also, like, I think it's really funny when he, like, kicks people in the stomach.
Yeah, but he goes around starting on like crackheads and people who are like,
It doesn't
in a
seem
really bad.
well, I know that he edits the videos perhaps in a way that makes it seem different, but what it seems like is they actually start on him.
No, he goes around antagonizing them. I mean, he really does. He's an arsehole.
Have you witnessed him?
No, not in person. No, I've seen his videos.
Oh, because I've watched a lot of his videos, and it doesn't look like he's the one instigating things with them.
Well, I mean, he's going up to poor unfortunate, sticking a camera in their face when they're at their most vulnerable. I mean, that's kind of crass, I mean, to me it is anyway. I mean, these poor fuckers are down and outs, and he's going up fucking merrymaking about it.
Can you provide an example? Just because I have disagreed with him about some stuff, but I haven't seen him be exactly like that. But I'm not saying
he's kind of like he's like, he just goes around to these grim areas of Manchester, and he kind of like he goes to these grim areas. And he's not exactly fucking us telling them to go and get help. He's just going around fucking videoing them when they're at their worst and kind of antagonizing them. Because as I say, if you're in that situation, you don't want some fucking cunt coming up to you, putting a camera in your face, and just making out that you're some kind of freak of nature or a zoo animal to be fucking abused or whatever. You know what I mean? You're not there. They're not there for his entertainment. He's very dehumanized,
Right. Okay. You're saying,
in my view. But yeah, we'll go on to another question. Which paranormal phenomenon fascinates you the most? I mean, does any of it? I know you said you're not sure of any of it, Jay. Does any of it perk your interest?
Well, actually, I came across another phenomenon on Reddit a couple months ago, where apparently people who are autistic or neurodivergent, in some way they were telling stories about how they would sometimes have paranormal experiences.
Oh, have paranormal experiences?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where this woman, for example, she had a couple stories about how she was autistic, and things would disappear around her. She said, for example, she was making some pizza rolls or something for dinner sometime for her daughter, and she was about to give it to the daughter or something, and some of them accidentally fell off the tray, and it just vanished into midair. And they literally searched the house up and down to find out where it could have been, and it was nowhere to be found. And other people on the Reddit page were talking about similar experiences, and they were saying that it might have something to do with being autistic.
Yeah, and not having a very good perception of reality or how to count. Not that it has anything to do with that, but I'm just. It's just
he's just being disabled. I mean,
all right. You're a Nazi. I'm an ableist. The great show we got going here.
No, but in fairness, to go back on what you said though, autistic people can have a heightened perception of reality as well. So, I heard, it's interesting you brought that up, Jay, because I heard about this podcast called Telepathy Tapes, and I tried to listen to one episode recently. I read a little article on it. I don't know. Have you heard about the telepathy tapes?
No, but yeah,
Well,
I think a lot of them were saying too that.
It's about parents of autistic children who say that their children are able to read their thoughts and basically not only read their thoughts but read strangers' thoughts and tell them about what they've done that day, what they're thinking, etc., without any ability to really know. Like it just they're able to do it off the cuff, and it seems very, very strange indeed. There's a lot of people taking it very seriously. If you look up the telepathy tapes, there's a lot of people taking it very seriously and they're getting very excited about it. And I was thinking about, what does that mean? And I think from a rational perspective, I mean, if you're born with a kind of deficit in one area, then you might have your biology might try and make amends in another or try to compensate. I mean, it could be that they have this like perceptive ability due to a deficit in some area that is, and that perceptive ability is greater than other people's. So they might notice the micro mannerisms or small micro emotions. They might pick up on cues that we can't see or we don't discern. Let's not say we can't see, but we just don't discern. And they might be mapping out patterns based on what they noticed, and these patterns can relay information to them. So there might be a rational basis for it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, yeah, and I've also heard about that same thing on the Reddit as well, to where people who are autistic were saying that they've had experiences where they could kind of foresee what someone was gonna say, or telepathically they kind of already knew what someone was thinking or was gonna do or something.
Right.
And it's interesting what you said about the social cues too, because ironically enough, autistic people are usually classified as people who don't know how to read social cues, so it's interesting.
Yeah. As it doesn't necessarily have to be a social cue I was talking about. I was talking about other cues like that we.
Okay, yeah.
But it could be a social cue as well. They could just be mapping it differently in their brain.
Can I add something?
Of course.
I guess a lot of people put people into categories, and people when they think of people that are autistic, they tend to think they can never do stuff like, or they can never understand or stuff like that. But if it's all a fair game, I guess, if an autistic person just learns the social cues, then they can learn that as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
this ties into something I was thinking earlier about reincarnation. Now, Lacey brought it up, and she was saying that if you have a shit life in this life, it could be that you're suffering for something you did in another life, right? Now, as I like to do, I like to go into like depressive realism mode and try and like come up with like even more depressive possibilities, right? And I was thinking that perhaps it's inverted the way we look at it. So, for example, if someone is born with an affliction really bad and they can't communicate, they can't do anything, maybe that is their last reincarnation. Maybe they've learned everything they need to learn, and maybe the people that will come back here again and again are the people who, maybe in a weird kind of way, when you have it good in this world, you suffer as everyone suffers in this life, right? So maybe if you're one of the so-called perfect people, a lot of them are suffering mentally. They're always under severe stress. I mean, Kanye West, you say he's happy. I don't even know if he's happy. Look how much money he's got, right? But you know how mentally distressed he seems. I mean, it's not a clear. What I'm saying, it's not clear cut, So it could be that the hardest people to stop being reincarnated might be the people that have it, quote, good in this life, if you know what I mean, because they don't perceive the suffering, they don't understand it. Do you understand? And that's why they're going to keep coming back until they do, and they'll keep coming back here to suffer and to suffer. And it's like the best thing you can do from a reincarnation perspective is to understand it as much as you can before you suffer too much in another life. You know what I mean? So that you don't come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that being the case. Sorry, say again.
I don't know if that made any sense.
No, yeah, I can see that making sense because yeah, if you have a good in this life, I feel like it probably usually whenever someone has a good, um they usually do so by stepping on other people and doing usually they do bad things to get to the top essentially. So if they have a
Yeah,
good
and I
in this
don't think.
life, and yeah,
Yeah, I think they're living in denial in a weird way. So I think they will come back. You know.
yeah,
So they might it might look like they're having a good time here, but they're not really. Everyone's going to suffer. Everyone suffers here, you know, at some point. They will get old, etc., etc. And it could be like they're not the people you want to be in a weird way. On the kind of if there is such a thing as reincarnation, because they're more likely to come back here. They've
uh-huh.
got more to go in terms of the kind of journey of their soul, in terms of like learning what the hell it is this place is about and how to get out of it. So what made me think of this is the telepathy tapes and thinking about someone who is almost trapped in their own body and can't communicate and such. Yeah, like some of these autistic kids in that program. Like they're just they don't seem to be operating as other humans. But then I'm thinking, well, maybe they've got like a heightened spirituality about them. Maybe they've learned everything they need to learn, and they're just on their way out of this realm. You know,
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know. It's just
Yeah.
speculation. Might not have made any sense. Sorry about that.
No, yeah, I understand. But yeah, I'm interested to hear what everyone else says about the question.
Yeah. Okay, Chickpea. Which paranormal phenomenon fascinates you the most?
UFOs. And back in the mid 90s, I saw a huge triangle UFO flying over London. It was dusk time, about 5 o'clock in the morning. I was walking home, and there was this huge, and there's stuff on YouTube about these triangle spaceships. This huge triangle just resting in the sky. It was a really weird color. It didn't move. It had no vibration, and it was just there. A huge
Wow.
triangle.
Okay.
Yes.
And from your studies, you said you're interested in it. You're fascinated by it. Have you done much study on them? Have you looked into it much?
Well, I hope there's something. I hope so. Because I'd love to run away on a spaceship. Oh, I'd love it. Yeah, it was huge. Yeah, there's loads of stuff on YouTube about this triangle spaceships. Loads. They do seem to exist.
And what are they? Apparently, what are they? Where are they coming from?
No one knows, do they? Nobody
Okay.
knows what they are. They're just there. But I've seen one was hanging right over East London. Great big, just hanging in the sky at early hours of the morning. It was just getting light, and I was walking home from somewhere, and it was just getting light. It was there,
Okay.
still just there, and it was a really weird color. It was lovely to see.
Fair enough. Seb, what about you, Seb? What paranormal phenomenon or phenomena are you most interested in or fascinated by?
I can't say that I'm. Yeah, I guess I would be more fascinated in. First of all, I like to say that I have very little fascination with these things.
So is someone like I don't know? There's a noise. Someone's rubbing out something with a
Oh, sorry,
razor or
that's
something.
me.
Sorry, darling. Yeah, if you can mute yourself, Chippy, when you're not talking. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Seb.
No, maybe, yeah, maybe I was a little, yeah. I listened to too much brainwave entrainment, so I thought about not answering the question, but I guess I will answer it. because sometimes I guess one has to answer the questions one don't want to answer. I don't really have much of a fascination with it due to it all being gibberish, right? But sometimes I like to think about like psychic abilities as a thought experiment. Like how would it feel like, or something like what could I do if I had this just for fun? But I have recognized that it's all gibberish, which ultimately makes me not lose since I never had it, but it makes me unable to really appreciate these paranormal phenomenons.
Okay, Seb, thank you very much. What about you, Noodles? Same question. What paranormal phenomena are you most interested in, if any?
I'm interested in the scientific investigation of what people believe is something, unscientific.
Riddle me this and riddle me that. You sound like a little you sound like a little leprechaun that just stepped out from under a bush. You
You
sound
are
like a little leprechaun.
you are the Gnostic Pierce Morgan.
Oh no, my worst nightmare. So Needles, can you elaborate a little bit more, brother? Thank you.
No, I don't really have any interest in paranormal. I
Okay.
you know what? When I was a little kid, that stuff was really interesting because that's what it is. It's ghost stories for kids and shit. Now, there is unexplained phenomena, and the reason it's unexplained is just because we don't understand the science behind it yet. But
Yeah.
eventually
Right.
we will.
Right. Well, maybe no, we might not, but we can try.
Well, yeah, no, we're not ever going to understand everything, but there is, in my opinion, there is a scientific explanation for it.
Yeah. For me, it
Okay,
taps into
Noodles and his big
synchronicity.
boner for science. Right, Isaac is here. Isaac Spirit Man. I'm guessing by your name and the fact you've been on here before and the stuff you say, you're going to have potentially quite a lot to say.
I
What
didn't pay
paranormal?
attention. So I didn't pay attention to anything. I just joined and hit the link right away. So I have no
what
idea.
paranormal? What we're talking about paranormal phenomena.
Oh,
All right.
yeah. Okay.
So
So I'll lay out a little basis for my understanding to begin with, and I'll share one of my stories that was just unexplainably cool but weird. So I believe in, like, the synchronistic universe. I see patterns and I see time as like something that will be fulfilled. So our mind has potential and we have potential to unite and work together to grow our mind into its potential. I don't know the word for it, but I kind of see synchronicity working in that way, and that's the goal that we're working towards. But I have had some weird experiences with a gen before. So it was raining out, and there's no meaning to the story. I have no idea what it means, but so it was raining out. I was driving to my friend's house in the country near the chicken coops, and I saw a big old wolf, like black wolf, standing on all fours, about 4, 5, 6 foot tall on all fours, and had glowing green eyes. And I looked at it and it teleported away. And I swear it just teleported. Like, I don't know what else to say it. It was vanished. And then I get to my friend's house and I was like gonna tell him. I was like, hey, the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna tell my friend what I it was like. It was 3 minutes away from his house, raining out, cloudy, weird moon, shit, whatever. And so I get to his house. I was about to tell him, and before I could tell him, he goes, Isaac, dude, I just saw a black wolf with glowing green eyes, and I looked at it, I looked away, I looked back, and it teleported. And I'm like, bro, I was about to tell you that before I got to your house. I saw the same thing, and we were tripping out.
that is a very strange story, brother.
Yeah.
Isaac, which paranormal phenomena fascinate you the most?
I would say the human mind, and its connection to synchronicity, its connection to the quantum field, its connection to manifestation, its connection to, like, the magnetics, the electronics, the everything. The human mind is like the untapped code of like what would you call it? Like
Potential.
untapped tesseract. Yeah.
I see. Why are you Americans such optimists? Hello? Why are
I'm very-
Americans such optimists?
Well, from my experience, I used to think that as well until I started mixing with some of these AN and Ephesus people.
Because I've noticed Americans are so optimistic.
Even through the hard times, I've been tested on, I've been experimented on, I've been drugged before. I've still stayed positive.
I haven't got a positive word to say. You're so lucky. I don't have one single positive word.
It's because there's something I found deep inside of my soul that's mine, and no one could take it from me.
All right.
Wow, that's powerful.
Good for you. I must
Thank you,
admit,
Divine Hazel. She says, "Be
And you
silent
can find
in
it too.
situations."
That's
it's
what's
gone to
even
me.
cooler.
I haven't got a positive word to say anymore.
No, you can find it in your soul. I've done like 4,600 hours of psychedelics though. Studied
Oh
the
my
soul.
good. What
And I
drugs?
studied, like I'm talking 60 days in a row doing psychedelics to experiment and
What-
look into the
what-
mind.
You consume them?
Huh? Yeah.
Psychedelic drugs. Oh right. Okay. Yeah, I've never taken
I'm talking 60 days in a row, 30
right.
days in a row, 40 days
What
in a
did
row.
you
like hella
discover
time.
during your
Oh right.
that period?
Oh well, yes. I could see that.
I don't know. There's something that you can overcome that's like, when you break through, you go and it seems your mind goes to the other side of reality where you can see from the other side instead of the side you're on.
Because I'm desperate. I'm so scared. This is why I'm sitting here and talk to Grumpy Guts. I'm
It's
terrified
scary
when
because you have to look at your own ego and you have to see how you mapped out your own ego and you have to see what you created. You have to look at the character. You have to look at the character you made in this game when you take psychedelics. You have to look at the character and it can fuck with you. But if you don't let it get to you and you realize it's just a character you built, then you can get past it and start enveloping your mind into seeing into a higher dimension.
because I know this place. I know
Wait. Could you repeat your story about the gin? I completely missed it because I have to take a call.
Which part?
Well, all of it. You said you were you saw some wolf or something. That was the part I reached.
I didn't hear what you said. I saw what? I forget what I said, so you gotta remind me again.
You said a wolf or something, a fox or
Oh, I
something.
can repeat that story real quick. Yeah.
But psychedelics will do that to you,
Yeah, I know. So, yeah, and it's not for everyone because then I might be so intelligent from it that I'm scared sometimes, and I have to drink beer because I've opened my mind too much as to where it's not healthy.
Damn, those hear that? Psychedelics turn people into geniuses.
It's terrifying to be smart sometimes. It
I
sucks.
gotta get me some psychedelics. Yeah. Oh, but
No, don't say that. Don't say that. Hey,
Wolf,
that's not medical fact. Don't say that because you can get
tell
striked
the
for
wolf
saying stuff
story.
like that.
Tell the wolf story to JE. Then I want to ask you a question, please, Isaac.
Right. So real quick, I'll recap on the wolf story. It was raining out. It was about 8 p.m. It was dark. I don't know if there was a moon, but it felt like the eerie moon feeling. And there was a wolf, so it was standing, all black wolf, standing like 4, 5, 6 foot tall on all fours in an orchard near the chicken coop. And so a gen basically. And it teleported away after I looked at it. I looked away and I looked back and it was gone, teleported. And then I get to my cousin's house and he was gonna say, but I was gonna tell him the story first. But then I get to his house, he's like, before I could even get it out of my mouth, he tells me the exact same story. He said, "Yo, Isaac, there was a wolf in my backyard. It was black, big, glowing green eyes, and he said it teleported away, bro." And before I could tell him, he told me. We both saw the same thing within like 5 minutes.
Wow, that's crazy.
And I
wait.
like,
So why did you think?
proven to me that real? Because I had 2 people see it. That's why it's the realest one for me.
Right. I want to ask a question now. I'm interested in synchronicity, so I want you to tell us about synchronicities, what they are, what they prove, what they mean, and any that you've experienced.
I've experienced synchronicities on every level, on every day, whether it be my mind coming out of someone else's mouth, or whether it be my mind's words aligning with things that happen around me perfectly in time, or whether it's my mind, like that had thought of something and then it creates it 3 days later. There's some sort of matrix pattern with our brains that's all connected into like a web, that synchronicity is trying to fulfill time by like positively growing in reality, but something's fighting against it. I'll tell you that. And that's what's weird. But we should have happened already. Synchronicity should have already fulfilled itself. But I believe it's a positive force trying to elevate us to where we're supposed to be on our path. So synchronicity is like if you experience them, you're on the right path, and you need to just follow your gut, follow your heart. That I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to tell you why it's working. I don't know. I know it has to do with the quantum field of the magnetic brain, because I've been experimented on. I had magnetic brain treatment, and it made me worse, and it took all my superpowers away. And it's hard to explain. I know it sounds cheesy, but my lucid dreaming went away. My lucid dreaming went away. My thinking went away. My ability to expand my mind went away when I got magnetic brain treatment, because I went to a coma and they told me it would help me, and it only made me worse. So, long story short, I know it's real because I experienced it, and then they took the power away from me.
But I've experienced a couple synchronicities with people, but they weren't anything significant. They were just really minor
Mine
things.
would happen when I was on the path of it. It would happen to me like 20 times a day.
Damn.
Like straight up, and it wouldn't stop.
Can you give us some concrete examples? Like, do any of them pop into your mind now? The ones that blew you away when they were happening, they were so like.
Okay,
remarkable.
I remember one specifically where I was like randomly stopped at a red light, and I was like thinking deeply, and I was listening to a country song, and something about a star and a line or something, and I remember pulling up my debit card and looking on my debit card, and there was a star in a line right when I said it on the radio too, at the exact same second. Like I knew it was coming, and it was trying to speak back to me. But that was just one. But I've had millions. It almost feels like I've had millions. I can't think of like why they're like, I can't, like, it's just could be anything. Like if I could think of the biggest one, it'd be after I took 4 tabs of LSD, and the whole next day aligned like a movie. Like it's the craziest story ever. I don't know if you guys want to. I don't want to just talk the whole time, but
no, it's cool, man. I mean, it's interesting to hear. I mean, have you heard of any other remarkable synchronicities from any of your friends?
Yeah, one of my friends is a huge believer in it. He'll tell me his, and we'll talk about it. But it doesn't like stand out like that was the big all end all reason for it, or it doesn't make sense like that. It makes sense like something's communicating with me. Like, I don't know. There's like many different pieces to it, I guess. So 1, it's trying to come to fruition. 2, something's speaking to us through it.
Fair enough. J.E., have you ever had a synchronicity? Has anybody here? Have you ever had a synchronicity, guys? Anybody?
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm kind of eating something.
All right. Chickpea, have you ever had a synchronicity?
What's a synchronicity?
A synchronicity is basically when something happens that's just such a remarkable coincidence. It's as if it's a message from something or someone to shatter your thoughts that there is no supernatural powers. Because synchronicities are basically so profound, so remarkable that they shake you to your core and make you think there is more to this reality than meets the eye. So basically, it's a coincidental happenstance. It first was coined, I believe, by Jung, wasn't it? Carl Jung.
Well, we had one the other night with
yes, Carl Jung.
He was treating a patient of his, or he was giving psychotherapy to some German lady, and they were sitting in a room by a window, and they were talking about whatever it was that was on her mind, and she was saying she had this dream, recurring dream, and it was a beetle, a scarab beetle a golden scarab beetle was in the dream, and just when she said it, one flew and started flew at the window and started flying relentlessly against the window, trying to get into the room. And apparently, this was so remarkable that it caused Jung to come up with the term synchronicity to define something that is so remarkable, so unlikely, and yet it happens, as some proof of our connection to the supernatural, as proof that this isn't all that there is.
Well, it happened the other night with me and what's her name? Divine.
You
We
was
both
really out there.
knew. Hello? Who's
That was
talking?
a great explanation.
No, can I just say something? The
Yeah,
other
yeah, you
night
got
we
it.
were here, me and Divine, and we both said at the exact same second,
Oh yes,
thank you for being here. We both said at the exact same second.
and that was a weird thing to say. That's quite an unusual thing to say. You don't really get people saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for being here. We both said it precisely at the same time. Really weird.
That was a bit weird. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Well, it was quite
I will-
weird. Actually, that
Like,
week.
okay, it's also kind of, it's weird that for me it ties in also to something like connected to like the heart frequency or like something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like manifestation almost. Like we are the creators and we have the power of this manifestation, and that's why they like to poison our mind and get our willpower to not be in tune to manifest what we're trying to manifest as a whole.
Isaac, what is your journey? What has your journey taught you? Where are you going? Where is there to go outside of this
I
realm?
don't know, because since they shocked my brain with magnets, I did the brain treatment. I feel like they took my purpose away. I can't lucid dream. I can't lucid dream anymore. And it makes me feel like they took my powers away.
Have you been ECT'd?
Yeah, I got EMT'd basically.
You know, ECT'd, you know, they give you electric shocks?
Yeah, I did. I did. They told me
I
it would
got
help
9.
me. I had it because they told me it would help me because I was in a coma, so I
Yes.
believed them.
Yes, I've had it for depression. I had 9 of them. They do work though, oddly enough.
Yeah, I can't feel a thing, so nothing bothers me, but I'm fucking can't lucid dream.
Why did they give you electric shocks treatment,
They
Isaac?
said it would help my memory
Oh.
because I
And
was
did
in a
it?
Oh,
coma.
Yeah, I was in a
Are
sort of
you,
walking
by the
coma.
way, are you anhedonic?
Huh?
Are you
He's
anhedonic?
asking if you're anhedonic.
I don't know what that means.
It means
You
that
have
you're
the
not able to
ability
like
to
experience like pleasure
pleasure.
from the things you used to enjoy.
I've
I didn't
been
know-
like that.
Oh my god, bro! I didn't know there was a word for it. Yes, I can't
Yeah.
feel anything.
Look, listen up. This is important.
I
I
can't
just
feel
think
anything.
Divine
talk
needs to
No,
about
the
turn on her
fact,
today.
dude.
microphone before she can come on
Yeah.
here. Divine, you need to turn your microphone on, love. Go ahead.
Listen
Sorry.
up. Listen up. I can't talk about it here, but just send me the email. I'll just send you the cure for it.
Yeah, you want me to put my email in the private chat?
Yeah, I'll just I'll just send you
Isaac,
the
write
cure.
your email address in the private chat. Seb will find it.
Yeah.
Wait, Seb.
Yeah, if
Seb,
there's
I
a cure
also
for it,
sometimes
if
feel
we can talk
anhedonic.
about it, that's fine. I'll send it.
Wait, Seb, I also kind of feel anhedonic sometimes. So do you have a cure for me too?
Yes.
And this 110% works, right?
Yes.
I'll try anything.
Okay.
I've tried everything.
Let's see. I'm thinking about what email to use.
Yeah, dude, I didn't know there's a word for it. That blows my mind that people
Should
know about this.
Yeah.
I send you the email here? I dislike posting my email in the chat. Yeah, whatever.
Oh,
Yeah, I've got this as well, actually.
I've had
And
it.
Hedonia, that's what I have since they shocked my brain. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but and I experienced it as well too.
I put that on everything.
Anhedonia is a diverse array of deficits in hedonic function, including reduced motivation or ability to experience pleasure. While earlier definitions emphasize the inability to experience pleasure, anhedonia is currently used by researchers to refer to reduced motivation, reduced anticipatory pleasure, wanting, a reduced consummatory pleasure, liking,
Oh my god.
and deficits in reinforcement learning. There you go.
Yes. Dude, that it makes me want to fucking cry.
Thanks, Brother
'cause I didn't know
Marcus.
there's a word for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because
Well,
oh my god, it's a relief to know there's actual other people with this shit.
Horrible.
yeah, well, hopefully Sub can help you out and help you to enjoy the things you used to enjoy again.
Dude, the only thing that helps is magical mushrooms. I swear on my life.
Look at you. Don't you take Seroxat?
I have to clear some emails first to like be able to receive at all.
Alright. Oh yeah, just email me, man. We'll talk about it. Thank you, dude. I didn't know this is a
But
thing.
I
I
mean,
didn't
you
know
have
this is
to
like
email.
this is
Oh, yeah.
mind blowing, bro.
Well, I'm
Oh yeah,
glad
that's
that,
your email. Okay, okay. I'll just use okay.
Wait, Seb, email me as well. I've just put my email into the private chat.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my god. I need to save this word. This might be part of a lawsuit I need.
No, don't
no.
do that. There's no way to win. It's the game's rigged.
Not really, but maybe for my disability.
Oh yeah, I thought you meant something.
Dude,
Oh yeah.
because
I
I feel
misunderstood.
like I can't live for the next 10 years with this. I might go insane.
Okay.
So what are
It
you
just
living
happened 2 years ago.
with? Are you still living with this now? Sorry, because
Yeah,
I've
it's
had what you've
permanent.
got.
It's permanent. I
what?
battle every day. I battle every day to feel good again.
Yeah, I know how you're feeling. And I had it, oh gosh, it must be, I was in my very late 80s, so I was just getting on for my mid 30s. I had exactly what you've got. I was ECT and I stayed in hospital for 18 whole months. And doctors looked after me. And I take Seroxat now. And the Seroxat, it doesn't cheer me up, but it stops me from actually acting on my negative feelings.
Yeah, that's what I'm on. I'm on something too that stops me, but I don't feel good.
No, I don't. I don't feel good for 1 minute. That's why I come here, hope to find something. No, I don't feel good.
I'm seeking deep in my soul because used to okay, I'll put it this way. I used to worship God and I would feel God.
I don't.
Now I worship God and I can't feel God.
Oh, I don't worship anymore.
Wait, do you mean the Christian God, or do you mean a different type of God?
I fight it. I still believe that there's a reason that I'm worshiping God for my mind, but I can't feel it anymore. They took the ability away from me to feel God. I swear on my life.
But which God is it? Is it the Christian God?
The God that's your soul, like the one that's in your soul and your heart.
Yes, I know who you mean. Yes, I know. Oh, I'm looking for that. But that God is out of our reach. He's 1 billion miles away, out of our reach. We have to do the asshole here, and we're stuck.
Yeah, I feel like I took the crown of thorns when they shocked my brain. I feel like they were mocking me.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I feel like they were mocking me for being a Christian.
Sorry?
Brother Marcus is shocked that you come here to feel good. Can you put him in his place, please? Tell him how good you feel. Tell him how good you feel.
I come here to I'm feeling very, very down. I come here to learn something or to learn.
To seek.
I feel very, very down. I come here to learn something or to
seek.
There's an echo somewhere.
I just muted Divine. That was Divine. So sorry, Chickpea, you were saying?
I come here to learn something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a deep soul thing.
This is like. I hope you know this is like the slow learners class.
You know,
it's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard journey, Chickpea.
Oh. Right, can I start again? You know the miserable prose you write, that miserable stuff. Do you write that? Is that AI writing it?
I write it. I've been writing that for before even AI came out on the internet.
Yeah, well, I like to read it, and because I like to read it, I read all that stuff. So I come and have a listen to you as well.
You prefer my reading, do you?
What?
Yeah, you prefer reading it.
Well, I like to hear miserable stuff because it makes me feel better about myself.
That's interesting. I mean, why do you think that is? Out of interest, is it cathartic? What is it?
Because
Yeah, it's cathartic because it validates her life experience and her beliefs.
I haven't had a hard life. I haven't had a hard life. It just validates how I feel about life. And I've not had a hard life. I've had a very easy life. But I find life a load of old bollocks, basically. I hate it.
Because sometimes I write stuff and then I delete it afterwards. I think it's too harsh.
No, you write all you like. Write to your heart's content. Because I like to read it.
Yeah, DNW, I have a bone to pick with you on that because you posted a really good post about a couple of things that I like to read, and I tell myself I'll go back later and read it, and when I go back and look for it, it's been deleted, and it honestly kind of gets me upset.
So sorry about that. But yeah, no, sometimes I think it's it's too much. Like, you know?
No, you write as much as you want because it helps.
Yeah, right. Write as much as you want. You have free speech. You know, celebrate it. Write as much as you want.
Sometimes I think it's too on the nose. That it's unhelpful. You know.
No, it isn't actually. It helps.
No, it's not. Write as much as you want. I like to read it.
Okay.
I hate happy clappy stuff. Hate
By the way, Divine is here. We better let Divine say hello. Hello, Divine.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I wanted
It's
to
our
say
favorite
thank you.
manifester.
Excuse me. I wanted to say thank you to everyone the other night. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye because I got bounced out. I just wanted to say what an honor it was to speak to each and every one of you individually and as a group, and how we were able to come together and talk about a lot of different things. And I really appreciate it. This is a very unique group. I've never been part of one like this before. All of you, all come from your brains and not your hearts. And I'm not saying this to hurt anyone's feelings, but this is me on the outside, just coming in and seeing things as it really is. But in the meantime, I'm going to still try to be part of it because there's something I must learn too, or I wouldn't be here.
Well, the problem is no one has all the answers, Divine, and it isn't just about being rational life, you know. Definitely not, you know. There is something about emotions that is very important. I mean, I'm an emotivist anyway. I think everything comes from emotion anyway, comes from feeling. All our thoughts, you know, all our beliefs, all our desires, all our you know, biases, it all comes from our emotions. And then we add the layer of rationality to them afterwards. But maybe sometimes we're too up our own arse sometimes on certain things. But we do at least admit we don't know what's going on here. So there is that. We don't know what's going on. For the most part.
Is Isaac still in the room?
Yes.
Isaac, I was wondering, did they mess with your DNA?
Yeah, they have me on pharmaceuticals that made my hair change color. I went bald and my beard doesn't grow as good.
Okay.
But wait, I'm gonna smoke a bowl. I'll be right back.
There are holistic practitioners that can help you with your DNA, get it back the way it was.
Oh, and how would they do that, Divine?
He's gone through a smoke, so he won't hear you, Divine. Divine, you can say that when he gets back. Divine, have you ever had a paranormal experience?
I've had many.
Okay, would you like to tell us the most compelling or the ones that affected you the most?
I've had many.
Divine, you're muted.
Hello?
I didn't mute you. You muted yourself.
Oh.
Divine, did you hear what I said? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes.
Divine, you're muted. I didn't mute you. You muted yourself.
I heard you.
Divine, did you hear what I said? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes.
Divine, you're muted. I didn't mute you. You muted yourself. Divine, have you got have you got another tab open with YouTube? You might want to close that one. Just keep the StreamYard open.
Yeah. I guess it's been a couple of the times that I was actually on ship. I think I mentioned it last live that we had.
Okay. Would you like to give us a refresher, or mention another one?
Well, I was dating a Navy SEAL at the time, and he didn't want to tell me some of his origins. And it didn't matter to me because I'm not like that. And so I was invited to go to the mothership, and he was actually there, but he was in a robe that covered his face. I didn't see who he was when I was up there. Anyways, I'm learning how to fly the spaceship. And then I realized that there was too many synchronicities with him and I that I would not notice it was him. So I said, well, the next time they bring me up here, I'm just going to bend down and look up into the face there where the robe was covering it, and I would see it was him, and then we'd go from there. And I did that. And I said, why didn't you just tell me? He goes, because I didn't want to freak you out. I'm like, well, I'm up here. I'm not freaked out. So here we go. And so those are things that can't be explained. And until you open your mind and heart up, and they're both in alignment with the experiences, you will never experience those things. You've got to set your ego aside and allow.
Okay.
That's
Thank you
where I
very
think
much.
discernment and emotion come in. I think they play a crucial role in our ability to discern what's happening to our soul.
Exactly.
I sent it, by the way.
It can be overwhelming, but I think it can also be like that direct almost connection to, like, if people are feeling trauma, there's a reason, or people are feeling this, there's a reason, because emotion, I think it's real. I think it's a superpower. I think it's discernment. But I don't have it. I don't have it since they shocked my brain. I don't have it anymore.
Yeah, I was just trying to mention earlier that there are holistic practitioners out there that can help you reconnect your DNA strands.
Yeah, I
so-
would love to. I used to focus on my immune system, my DNA. I don't eat organic, all this stuff. I went on the pharmaceuticals, and I just stopped caring about everything. And then my DNA, my hair started falling out, my beard stopped growing as good, everything.
Okay, so look up the book called The Reconnection. I took the class with, took one of his master classes in Rhode Island. Forgot his name. It just went out my brain just a second ago. But he helps you. What's that?
What's it called again? Sorry.
The Reconnection. He's a chiropractor. I can see his face. He actually did work on me.
Yes, his book. Yeah, his book comes up perfectly right now.
Okay, that's man. Check out that man's name. He taught us
as a favorite, and I'll
excuse
check it
me.
out. I'll save it as a favorite. I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Cool.
What he taught us that weekend, it was a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday event. And what he taught us is how to reconnect our DNA strands. Because they keep saying we have junk DNA when we don't. All of it pertains. That is why we have it.
I believe what you're saying.
If you choose not to use it, you
totally
obviously will not have it.
Yeah. Totally
so
possible.
You had yours manipulated by doctors while you were under, and you did not give permission.
No, I
so
actually
because you did not give permission, you may be able to get it back.
They forced me to take it in a mental hospital. I wrote a 2-page paper on why I didn't want to take it, and they didn't believe it.
You got a choice.
Damn.
Yeah.
You should have had representation. You should have had a patient advocate with you at all times to make sure that only your will was happening in every procedure you had.
Oh, I got
the only reason why I know about this kind of stuff because I worked in a hospital for 15 years.
This was in San Jose Mental Hospital.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, no
Right,
wonder.
guys, it's getting very late here, so I'll have to press on. We'll
but
go around clockwise, okay? Has anybody ever used a Ouija board or other paranormal tools? Like, have you ever tried to talk to the spirits or the dead or whatever? Have you ever tried to bring out the ghosts? Chickpea.
I have tried, but the glass went flying across the room for some obscure reason. I never tried again.
So, what did you do? What did you do?
I think I was with 4 girls. I was in my early 20s at the time. I was in the Navy at the time. There was 4 of us, and we messed around this glass, and the glass just went flying across the room. And that
And
stopped
you never
us.
bothered again.
No.
Okay. Fair enough. Seb, have you ever tried anything like that?
No. I'm not sure what split your brains from head is saying. Like he's saying it like it's some sort of recurring joke to a sitcom or something. Or
Sorry, say that again.
no, I'm it's actually late. I should sleep.
Okay. All right, brother. You take care of yourself. Good to have you as always, and we look forward to next time. J.E., have you ever tried a Ouija board or other paranormal tools?
No, and I don't get why people try those things either, because they're very scary and they don't usually result in any good things happening. So no, I don't go anywhere near anything paranormal or supernatural like that.
Okay, we just lost not only Seb, but also Divine. We'll go to another question. Oh, Divine's back. Oh no, Divine, you have to attach your microphone if you want to come back. Do you think paranormal activity is influenced by belief? So the person's prior held beliefs. Do you think that it just has a tendency to predict or show like what type of paranormal activity they will experience? Like if they're Christian, a Jew, Muslim, or American, Native American, or I don't know, a Hindu or an Inuit person. I'm sure they all have their different beliefs. Do you think that those beliefs influence the paranormal activity that the people have?
Are you asking me first or Chickpea?
We'll go for you, seeing as you spoke first.
No, sorry. Yes, I mean, I think it is because, of course, if you're like born in um a Hindu like household, for example, being born a into the Hindu religion, you're more likely to believe in things like uh like their demons and their angels and whatnot, or like in the case of Muslims, they'll believe in what they call the jinn, like what what's his name was talking about earlier, Isaac. Yeah, so I do think it is influenced by your beliefs, and as you've even said as well too, the human brain has a tendency to hallucinate. So it very well could be that a lot of the things that people experience, for example, in near-death experiences, um, it could be their own subconscious beliefs coming to the fore. Like when people say they talk to Jesus, um, as while being Christians, in their near-death experiences, that's probably influenced by their belief in Christianity. Or when Hindus who have near-death experiences, they talk about seeing their gods like Vishnu and Shiva and whoever. It's clearly influenced by their religious beliefs. So I do think that a lot of it is influenced by people's pre-existing beliefs.
Fair enough. Right. Well, there's another 2 people here. So, Chickpea, what about you? Do you think paranormal activity is influenced by a person's beliefs, so their beliefs cause them to either have a paranormal activity or their beliefs kind of cause the paranormal experiences to be manifested in a certain way.
Well, I was a Christian until I had my little thingy with the hypnotist. After that, of course, I stopped being a Christian. So I don't know how that works. And my little Berlin event, I would have been a Christian still.
So for you, it was the other way around. The paranormal experience made you
destroyed my belief. Yes, because I used to believe in heaven. I used to be a real Bible freak when I was young. Oh yeah, I used to. I got A level in the stupid subject.
Right.
Yeah. So I was a little Bible freak before I became this freak.
Okay, Divine, what about you? Do you think paranormal activity is influenced by a person's belief in any way?
No, I believe that if you're in the right place at the right time, the synchronicity will come to you and it'll happen, whatever circumstances that you're in.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, here's one. The last question for the evening. Are paranormal experiences just glitches in our perception of reality? Chickpea, what's your hot take?
Oh, good Lord, I don't know. I've got no idea. I know that, well, like I said, the little glitch I had in the late 80s resulted in me losing my home, my job, my life. I lost everything because of it, because I just went completely to bits. And the next 18 months had to be sorted out by a shrink. So that's what it did to me. My strange paranormal experience. It ruined my whole life, actually. I lost everything. Yeah. It completely threw me.
Hold on a second, Chickpea. I'm a bit confused. Which experience was that exactly?
That's the one where I discovered I existed before I came into this dimension.
Oh, that was in the 80s that you discovered. Oh, yeah, you did say that before.
89. Late 89.
89. Yeah. I remember you saying that. Yeah.
And my whole
what was the evidence that did? What was the where was the evidence that you? What did you? How did you feel so certain about it?
Because it was just. Well, my mother confirmed it. You see, my mother did say I was born with a huge red V on my forehead. And she looked quite upset when I told her about it all. And it wasn't just that, it was all the other little things that went along with it. There was other little things as well. But I was so distressed by it because it shattered all my beliefs, because I was very much a you live once and go to heaven believer. And that's what I believed. Yeah, it ruined my whole life. I completely threw. It destroyed all my beliefs.
To hear that. This V on your forehead thing. It's not common to have a V on your forehead when you're born then?
Oh, not in my case, no, because you can be done if you're a breech birth and you get this small V on your forehead. But mine was a great big one. Plus, I wasn't a breech birth. That's the problem you see. Nobody could explain.
Remind me what's a breech birth again? Sorry, I forgot.
It's when you're born upside down and you're born.
Oh yes.
I wasn't born like that. I was born perfectly normally.
Okay, so it can be in that circumstance, but not.
Yeah, it was a big V.
I mean, is it possible that it's something that perhaps happens to, like, I don't know, 10% of people, 5%, they get a V on their forehead? I don't know. I've never heard of anyone being. I've never heard of anyone being born with a V on their forehead.
Yes, I know. Why did I be so upset? Why do you think I'm so upset about it? I'm 70 years old.
I'm just saying to you, darling, is it possible that it's something that happens to a certain number of people? And this person was just saying things to you, hoping that some of the mud would stick.
What person?
The person that said you had a previous life.
A hypnotist. No, it was in it came back in the memory. Have you ever been to a hypnotist? It plays back in your mind like a film. In my case,
yes.
Film in my mind, and I actually experienced it all. It was a very
yes. You did say before you experienced the conception, which was weird.
Yeah, actually, it was. That's why I was asking what's the name? Where what the color of the spaceship was? Was it blue? Because this place is blue, and I witnessed my own conception, and it all went blah blah blah. And
right.
Like I said, my whole life just fell apart because of it. I still don't know the answer, which is why I'm here.
Well, do you perhaps feel a little bit like Lacey at the end of the day, that it may have fallen apart, but now that it has, are you not kind of, you wouldn't have wanted it any other way because you've got to where you are now with your perspective on reality?
I've got no idea. I've got absolutely no idea.
Because
All I know is
I can appreciate that. Like I am someone who thinks, well, you know, I don't have regrets that it didn't go another way because I wouldn't have the perspective that I do now, which I feel is I feel that although it's not a beautiful perspective on reality, it is something that I feel is I wouldn't have come to. I wouldn't have appreciated how bad suffering is and how terrible it is. The injustices of this world are. If I had been like just a smiling kind of person enjoying life all the time, you know? If I'd had to pluck the path of least resistance, I probably wouldn't have learned so much. You know, I'm not saying I'm more intelligent than anybody. I'm just saying my experience are my experiences have shaped my purpose, my perception of existence. And if I hadn't had a bumpy road, I wouldn't have been able to relate to people. I don't think as much.
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be sounding completely up my arse here because, you know, I don't know.
I don't know because when all this
There are people who don't have hard lives and they feel they're able to connect to people. So it's possibly not true. I mean, which comes first, you know, the chicken or the egg, you know, the empathy or the experience?
Well, when all this happened back in '89, I had my own flat, Bermondsey, nice flat, all my, well, you know, well-paid job. I was going out with a barrister. I was having a very nice little life. And the whole lot fell apart. Everything just collapsed around me. Everything. And like I said, huh?
Said,
What?
"Oh,
Yes, I know I lost everything.
Sorry to hear
My
that.
whole life just collapsed. I ended up spending 80
But
months
at
in
least you
hospital.
escaped the barrister.
What?
At least you got
What?
away from the barrister. I'm
I-
joking. You know?
This is kind of like
I was very happy to be dating a barrister, actually. You know, I was only a secretary, so I was doing quite well. And life was okay. And then all of a sudden, the whole lot just, it was like a bomb hit or something. And it took years for me to pull myself together. It took me about 5 years to really pull myself together and to stop this nonsense. Granted, there was other things going on, you know, my childhood, because that all came back as well. But it took 5 years of heavy duty psychotherapy and people looking after me. I mean, I had a very good shrink and he really cared.
I'll tell you what, you're well able to talk and you're well able to stand up for yourself now. So I'm very grateful because you said before you went to a point where you didn't even talk. So
yeah, I was in a walking
went
coma.
right.
Yeah, walking
Yeah,
coma.
yeah. So you got something right.
Yes, but yes,
Huh?
I do miss. Well, it's life, I guess.
Yes. Well, I'm glad you seem to be doing well now, and that you've got your cats, and
Yes, I've
you
got my
know
cats.
you bring us joy as well, Chickpea. Don't forget that. So
What?
that's good.
It's what?
You bring us joy on here. We're great. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, I'm sure I do.
You make this. You called me a grumpy old man earlier, so you make me a little bit less grumpy. Thank you. So Je, any paranormal experiences? So do you think paranormal experiences are just glitches in our perception of reality? Je, when you're finished talking, will you say finish, and then Divine, you can answer the question as well. Go ahead, Je.
yeah, well, yeah, it goes back to what we were discussing earlier about, you know, like the hallucinations and whatnot, you know, like, I'm not sure, you know, it very well could be the case that our brain, um, is, you know, hallucinating all these experiences to try to like fill in gaps in in its knowledge or whatever. So it could be that, but it could very well be the case too that these entities, you know, really do exist, and these phenomena really do exist, and we are actually experiencing them, you know. So I guess it depends on your view of reality. If you're someone who is spiritual and believes in the supernatural, you're not going to see it as a glitch. You're going to see it as something real. But if you're someone who's more scientifically, materialism, as in, like, you know, the scientific definition of materialism, um, if you're that sort of person who's inclined to believe that everything is physical and has a scientific explanation, well, then you're gonna see all these experiences as just glitches in our perception and just the brain's way of hallucinating, um, things to try and explain gaps in its knowledge. So I guess it
Hmm.
depends on who you are as a person. So yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, bro.
Okay.
Well said. Well said. What about you, Divine? Are
Um,
paranormal experiences just glitches in our perceptions of reality?
well, I do believe them. I was in Canada taking holistic practitioner classes, and I had a partner that was, he looked exactly, and I'm not imagining it, the class will tell you, he looked exactly like Christ Jesus. Same eyes, same hair, same way of dress, everything. And so him and I were partners in the group where we had to help each other go through different processes. So I was laying on the table and he pressed into my abdomen and caused such great pain. It went from one end of my body to my toes. It was just radiating. And I instantly went into a situation where I was crying. And I'm not the type of person that does that. So I was stunned by it. And so I left the room and went into the ladies' room, hoping to get some sort of control over it. And he was outside pacing, wondering, was I okay and everything. And I finally came out and I said, well, geez, let's not do that again. And he started laughing and just the class went on. Well, later in the class time, he asked if I wanted to go to an ashram, and I said, sure. And so there was a group of people that went to the ashram that night, and we all sat down and we were going to sing a song. Oh, Hazel has to back up for a second. In the van, we're sitting there in the van, and everyone goes, wow, wouldn't it be really awesome if someone could bring in Sai Baba? And I kind of chuckled and I says, do you want him here? And they all looked at me like, what? I'm like, yeah, I can ask him if he'd like to be here. And they all kind of like looked at me and I says, you'll be able to tell he's here when you start smelling the smell of amber. Well, the whole van just reeked of it.
Wow.
And they're all looking at me like, how in the heck did she do that? And I'm like, I don't know how I do these things. I just know. So then we go into the ashram. We sit down. Now, remind you, I've never been in an ashram before that I know of in this lifetime. Sit down. And there was a lady beside me and she goes, do you know the songs? And I said, no, dear, I don't. I said, but I'm kind of musically inclined. I might be able to, fake it. And she goes, pretty hard to fake this kind of. Yeah, I says, it's not in English. I'm noticing that now. And she just kind of looked at me and I said, okay. Anyways, the song starts. I know every word by heart in the language that they speak. I have no idea what I'm singing, and I'm singing it like I've sung it my whole life. And she looks at me and she goes, I thought you didn't know how to do that. And I'm going, oh, well, I don't. Well, I didn't. I couldn't
That's
do it
very
now.
strange. Very strange. Very strange. Wow, Divine. Thank you
So it
for
was
that.
a very unique experience.
It was.
And it was, I believe that wasn't paranormal. I just believe that it was what it was, and I was there for the experience, and I'm grateful for it.
Yeah, sounds amazing. Now, guys, I won't be able to continue much longer because it's very late and I do have to go to bed. I have to get up in the morning. But I got a Vitalism A Day here, and I thought, he's a regular here, so I thought he could come on and give his opinion on paranormal experiences. Vitalism, have you ever had a paranormal experience, or do you believe that there is such a thing as ghosts, spirits, etc., etc.? You know what we've kind of been talking about tonight. So I'm not going to be able to do too much back and forth, but I'm going to give you your soapbox now to say what you want on the matter.
Well, hello, everybody. Good to talk to you. So let's see. I accept the possibility of the paranormal. I lean towards it being more of a possibility than not. I accept the possibility of there being more than one time and one space. I can see what you mean by the glitches in our perception of reality in the same way that hallucinogenic experiences could very much just be our brain chemistry sort of firing off in a specific way when it interacts with a specific substance. I myself have not, I can't say that I've had paranormal experiences. I've experienced coincidence, I've experienced little things that make me, little moments that make me feel like the universe is watching and grinning at you or whatever. But I've known people who have had paranormal experiences, and I trust most specifically my dad, who is not a spooky, silly kind of person. He's like a very serious person. He does not entertain ideas that are kind of wacky. He's kind of a regular guy, and he's a religious guy. He's a Mormon guy. So he has strict beliefs about what he does, what he can believe about the paranormal. And he's had a couple of experiences that made him think that there's more. And I just don't see him as the kind of guy who like make that kind of thing up for attention or try to, be pulling people's legs and chains and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that my testimony as far as the paranormal can kind of lean on the fact that, the person who I would look to in my life for rationality and a level-headed take on something has said, like, yes, there are entities, there are things that can visit you, there are, experiences that you can have. I've never had it myself though, but I don't rule out the possibility that if there is more than the physical world, then there has to be the paranormal, right? Like the only way that there can be no paranormal is if this is just a strictly material world that tumbled together randomly. If there is a higher thing going on, then there has to be other beings. And I always talk about how our thoughts are demons. I don't know that if they're demons, I don't know that they're like their own separate entities that are like enter your head, or if it's just like something you grow in your own brain. But
Right.
there's a lot of stuff
I mean,
going on that we don't
sometimes
see.
I've had that thought as well, kind of like from a creative kind of imagination to look at reality. It's like because these thoughts seem to come into your head, like as I call it determinism. There's something else, there's another cause. It's not you. But sometimes I've thought we're like pawns in this massive galactic game of chess, and like there's a good and an evil, and they're playing a game with us, and like they're moving us around on a massive chessboard, and the result is to be decided.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm settling too. And I haven't decided whether or not it's malicious or if it's just like maybe we choose to be players in this game, or maybe we're sent here as punishment, or maybe both. Maybe it doesn't have to be just one thing. But to me, it would seem that they say that bumblebees see the world in sort of a more infrared spectrum. They have access to different, all different sorts of animals and creatures have access to different sorts of the physical spectrum. They see things or smell things or hear things in a different way than us. And in that same way, we might be only experiencing a percentage of the spectrum of reality. Maybe our animal brain can only pick up a certain spectrum, and that other bits of it creep through when we enter a state of meditation or do hallucinogenics or become dehydrated or on the verge of death. And
Right.
so
I tell you what, I'm gonna let you talk for a bit, deeper because I'm enjoying your thoughts. I'm just gonna pop to the room though. I'm gonna mute myself, but guys, if you want to just go talk back and forth, JP, Chickpea, Divine, any questions for Mr. Prophet here, then please let him know.
Yeah, I mean, I that's actually kind of the long and skinny of it, because I wouldn't even fathom to pretend like I knew more than that, because the universe is so wacky. But I've come to a point where I just accept all possibilities. I don't believe everything I hear, but I accept all possibilities.
Well, we also have to understand too that paranormal just isn't just the word paranormal. It's like your extrasensory perceptions, it's ghost, it's life after death, it's reincarnation, it's faith healing, it's human auras. There's a number of things that paranormal is. So when you brought in your ideas and the way that you think about it, you're going to invite more in. It's kind of like wanting someone special in your life, but your closets are so full he couldn't even hang a shirt if he wanted to. You got to clean the closets out of all the old stuff to make room for something new. And that's what I noticed. The more you release the old things in your life and the more you release the past in your life and you clean up when you were a child in your life, you make room for all kinds of new wonderful things to come in and open up your perspectives.
Yeah, but have we ever had any actual evidence of someone actually dying and then coming back to life? I don't think that's ever happened, though, so we don't actually know what happens 110%
That's
after we
happened to
die.
me at least 4 times in my
Wait,
lifetime.
so you've actually died and seen the afterlife and then came back?
Yes.
Really?
At my mother's hand. And then one at surgery. And then another one in the ocean. The persons I was with didn't know that I couldn't swim. They pushed me off the dock and my head got hit. And yeah, it's happened to me 4 times. And the last time was in 2019 or 20. No one knew what was going on, but I knew I died and I came back because I saw evidence of it on the other side.
Wait, but so then what did you see?
When jeepers. I hope you guys are sitting down. This is crazy. But
I'm
I'm
actually
not
on the
lying.
toilet, so yeah, I'm sitting down.
I have nothing ventured, nothing gained to sit and just say what happened. Okay. So in every single one of my circumstances, but this one here was a little bit more, I don't know. I think it's a little bit more clearer than the other times were. My body was sitting there. I came out of my body and was going to the other side. There seemed to be some sort of like a white area that I was walking towards, only because everyone else was too. When we got to the entrance of this sort of like white tunnelish kind of sort of thing, Jesus was standing on the left-hand side and a friend of his was standing on the right-hand side. And I noticed it as I walked through. And I got about 6 steps in and I said, this is not the way to the creator of all that is, the infinite God. Now, I'm not ever going to talk about the biblical God because he's an asshole. I don't talk about him. I'm talking about why we are here, who we were created by, infinite consciousness. So I come back out and I looked at Jesus, or the ones that was standing there, and he looked like Jesus. And I said, what the heck are you sending everyone down through this tunnel for? He goes, look, I was just told to stand here, and that's what I'm doing. That's who they want to see as they come down into the tunnel. And I just looked at him and I said, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And something happened and I came back into body. But yes, he actually, and the man was standing across from him, said to him, don't tell her you're not the real Jesus. She'll go back and tell everyone. Well, I don't come back and tell everyone because no one's going to believe that I had that conversation with them anyway. So but since I'm here and we're talking about it, and that's what I promised myself. If the conversation comes up, I will say something. If it doesn't, I'm not volunteering it.
Did you say tunnel?
It was like a tunnel-like situation. I mean, you can't condense space, unless you name it something. It wasn't an infinite light that was just shining everywhere. You would never have been able to pick up on the fact that there was Jesus on one side and a friend of his on the other. So I call it a tunnel only because that was what differentiated why everyone else in front of me was going through this to the light,
Yes.
because he was standing there. Well,
Yes.
I don't care who's standing wherever. I want to go to the universal creator of all that is, not just where everybody else is going, because hello, if everyone's going left, Hazel's going right.
Yeah, because David Icke talks about this. He talks about it a lot, to stay away
Yeah.
from that tunnel. And
Well,
apparently,
he was pretty much on in all of the things he says, and that's why he's been
yeah, because he talks about this a lot.
shut
this
down.
tunnel. But you know what scares me about the whole tunnel thing is, because maybe if it's true, say for example, at the beginning of the tunnel, I see my cat Chickpea, because Chickpea was just the love of my life. Now, if I see that cat after my death, I will go wherever she is. And that terrifies me. I know it sounds crazy, because I'm terrified of coming back here again, petrified. I just don't want another stint.
You have to have a firm resolve as to where you're going. You just can't just wing it.
I don't know. You see, I don't know.
Yeah, well,
all I know is what I don't
if you
want.
want to go to where you really want to go, you have to know where you want to go in order to go there, obviously. I mean, if you need to go to East Street, you're not going to go on West Street because it ain't going to get you to East Street. Okay. So this is how you do it. You sit there and you go, okay, I want to go to the person who created me, not the fake one.
Yes.
And you go in that direction and you will be led. They say as you're going through, do not turn around.
Yes.
Don't turn back because you won't like, I guess, what you encounter. But like I wasn't ready to go on the other side yet. I was just going through, I went into some sort of a coma-like thing and came out of body is what I did. This all happened here in my home while I was here by myself.
Wow.
And yeah, it wasn't fun. But it was enlightening to know that there is a fake guy up there saying that he's Christ Jesus and everybody's going through that freaking tunnel. And I could figure it out. For some reason, I could figure it out. And like I said, I took 6 steps into that tunnel and turned right around and I gave him shit. There's no way. He puts his pants on the same way we do, guys. He's not any more special. He is just the example of who we should be. That's all he was, is an example of who we should be.
Interesting. Well, this lines up a lot with a lot of people in the Gnostic soul trap community who say that when you die, you shouldn't go into the white light because it's just another deception to get you to come back to Earth. And they say the same thing too. You should have a clear intention to release any and all contracts or whatever that you have with the people who run this realm, and basically tell them to let you go and to take you to the real creator.
Correct.
I'm not going anywhere where there's not lasagna. Okay, if there's not lasagna, I'm staying here.
Because I'm getting old and I've only got a few years left. And I don't want to go
No,
back.
you're not. Jeepers, creepers. That's the 3rd time I've heard you say that. You need to stop. Look, you wouldn't be here if you weren't supposed to be here, and you really do need to get over that. You would not be here if you were not supposed to be.
What, on planet Earth? Or watching this?
Yeah, we're here on Earth in 3D, right? Yeah, here we are.
No, I'm here against my will. And I know that because I can remember being born.
No, it's not against your will. You just have that perception in your head because it works for you.
I went to see a hypnotist. This is how I had the breakdown.
They are so fake, honey.
No.
They are so fake.
You went to see the devil. You didn't see no hypnotist. You saw the devil.
Yeah, no. That's why you have the perception you have, because you in that moment were being possessed and put under so that they could influence you and have you. This is why you have had such a difficult time, is because you believe in what these foolish people told you.
My mother confirmed something that happened, and she confirmed it. Something that happened in the thing when I was under, a particular thing happened, and my mother said, yes, you were born with a big red V on your forehead. Everybody came to look at you because I was such an odd-looking baby. And to hear that, when I saw it in this thing with the hypnotist, well, I had a breakdown because of it, because I was that traumatized by the whole experience. Oh, no, it happened. It happened okay, because I wouldn't remember it this clearly if it hadn't have happened. Oh, no, that happened. I don't know what happened. Because you know what, the guy that did this to me disappeared after all this took place. It was like another little glitch in the matrix. It was a very strange experience. I mean,
It was had for you to have the experience and to find some sort of a way to make it go away. It wasn't meant for you to drag it through the mud every single year after year after year, and have it be, quote, your story. You think that that story is your story, and it's an aspect of you. It's what you went through, and it can't be denied, but it's not who you are in your essence. I can see it. I don't even know you from Adam, and your essence doesn't speak anything of what comes out of you.
No, I know I shouldn't be here. I know that. I know I should not be here, and I know it.
So come out of the past and stay in your now moment. That's when you'll start having so many divine connections. It won't even be, it'll be just off the charts.
I don't believe in divine connection, because I believe this is an enclosed prison, a trap, enclosed. Certainly
that's why you're going through all of this.
All this. And the thing is, what's scaring me is that I make the same bloody mistake again. And that's what's scaring me, which is why I'm here at the moment.
Well, the more it scares you, the more you're creating it. Have fun with that one.
Yeah, well,
wait, no, but Divine Hazel, you did kind of confirm that this is a bit of a soul trap, because you did say when you died, they were trying to convince people to come back to Earth and recycle their soul, right? So Chickpea is onto something when she says that this world is a soul trap based on your experience.
And there's no
it is, but you don't have to live it that way. Okay. If we had that experience, that's great. You put that in the archives and you go, okay, I had that experience to draw on, and how I can recreate my life differently. Boom. And then you make it part of your past. You get over it. You make it part of your past. You ask it to go away, and you bring in all the new stuff. When you bring in the new stuff, that connects you to who and where and why you want to be, where you're going to be at whatever point in time that you think you want to be there.
Fine, I'm different to you, but I hate this planet with a passion I cannot even begin to describe. Yes, I'm an animal rights activist. And when I look at what humans do to the animal kingdom, I could kill a lot of us. And I mean kill us. I could press Putin's buttons if he let me, and I would do it. And I hate this world because of that. And I hate it. And I shouldn't be here.
That's a very harsh word.
Yes. And every day I smell the fucking meat cooking everywhere. I see the animals being brutalized everywhere. No, I hate this planet. I hate it so much. I can't even describe it. And I hate the human race for doing it.
You can't say the word dislike?
No, I hate. I hate. Yes, it's come to that.
That is so far from who we are in our essence. That's.
Do you know that hate is evil, though?
Oh, my gracious sake.
I must like a person who goes around slaughtering cows all day long. I must like that. And the person who eats them, of course. Yes, I'm afraid that's why I hate it here, but I'm different to most people. I admit it, I've always been the same. I used to go out in the streets and rant and rave, and it's always been the same. This is why I hate it here. That's why I'm talking here, because I've heard people say they're vegans. Okay, well, I will join in then. I'm sorry to shout, but it upsets me. I should not be here. I hate this planet. And I tell you, Putin says he wants to see the UK under the sea. Well, I hope he does it. And I really hope it. I better go if I upset someone. Bye, everyone. Bye, Grumpy Guts.
Take care.
Bye.
Have a happy evening.
Okay, see ya.
happy dreams, Chick.
You know how I feel.
Well, I'm just going to hook up my oxygen tank and my scuba diving gear.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
but
We've got Brother Marcus here now as well. Hello, Brother Marcus.
Greetings.
Is there anything you'd like to add, brother?
I forgot. Sorry.
No problem. Guys, I tell you what, I'm going to shut this down now. But you guys can still talk. It's late here. I got to go. I don't mind you guys hanging out. But yeah, it was a nice back and forth show tonight. As usual, we're left wondering what the hell is going on. But at least we tried somewhat to get to some conclusion on it all, you know. So yeah, I will end the show. Thank you, everybody. We'll come back on Wednesday. All right. Take care now.
Thank you, dear one.
See you.
Night.